Almost 5 minutes already.
Then Nagamaka.
I said that.
It's a Hana Moaka. But then Arishi, if it's a cigarette, it's a little.
No. I don't really like to tell them. No. You don't think like that.
Not a fan.
I wish we had, because I knew maybe we're gonna have something like this. So I brought my microphone, but then the issue is, my microphone is at home.
Oh,
My microphone is at home. The headphones are different.
oh.
Come on. No. How about the glass?
Yeah, doing work. Morning, work.
Have you ever worked with a from before?
No.
So, trust. We've worked with worse.
What happened on Wednesday? What's happening? I was just about to tell you on Wednesday. You had to talk in the camera.
What? Yeah, my brother.
Ask you your question.
This thing, not this thing. This, that one.
It's the same one.
It's a different.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's fun.
Wow.
Who's our mental official for that?
Angus
Angus.
and Adele Lou.
Adele?
Lou. Adele Low.
Low, L-O-U.
L-O-U-W.
Oh, low. Oh. And then, who's our referee?
No, we didn't get referee.
With no referee.
Yeah, we got
It's just these two, no third umpire, nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Angus, you know him.
Yeah, no, Angus. Okay, hopefully we can grow to a point where we saying it's professional, let's at least get a match rate. Yeah. And I think it would be such good practice for incumbent match reps. Maybe like yourself. Yes, man.
You know what?
I think we can buy like 3 minutes into it first. They need post-match Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing.
This is painful.
Sure. Thank you.
the change what would be I tell you the job please
Happy days.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful day that we have here in Potchefstroom in Northwest Province. It is the Hollywoodbets Pro Series. Today we are having the Pro 50, and it's the Pro 50 match between the World Sports Betting Western Province and newly promoted Northwest Dragons. Western Province earlier on won the toss. They elected to bat first on a wicket that seems quite flat. And this broadcast is anything but flat. We're going to bringing you all Makubane in commentary, bringing you this game. I'm not alone though. We always do this as a partnership, just like in the game of cricket always needs. Next to me, Mr. Zubair Saleh.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot. It's a lovely day for the beautiful game of cricket that we love so much. Let's see what we have in store for us.
It's going to be really awesome here. Northwest have only played one game so far, playing against the Titans, losing that match. Western Province are going to be playing their third match. Their first two coming a win and coming as a loss. So what's going to happen here? Thabiseng Nini bowls to last round's Centurion. 111 runs for Laura Goodall. And it's an experienced former Protea, it's an experienced Protea, against one of the up-and-coming shining bright stars. Starts off with a wide, don't Thabiseng Nini. Ball swinging back into the left-hander.
Yes, that's what Nini relies on, swing more than pace, and it will be a good battle between Nini and some of the Proteas and upcoming Proteas that we have in the Western Province side.
Oh, that looks pretty close. Nice and full from Thabiseng Nini. We always talk about the fact that at the beginning of the innings, you have to attack those stumps just to get an assessment of the pitch and to get the batters playing.
You definitely do in Pandulo, and it's good to see that Nini at her young age, that's what she knows and that's what she is doing, looking to attack the stumps.
They hear a little bit of a sound. Must be off the pad.
Seems like it, and that's what our umpire Adele Lowe says that it.
But
Oh,
it's delayed wide, it seems. See?
seems that our umpire has changed her mind and she's given a wide. So don't know where the indication came from, but it seems that there was nothing on that ball and it's just down the leg and it's been called a wide.
Changes angle. Comes around the wicket this time. She's bowled two balls down the leg side, so seeing that maybe coming around the wicket will just sharpen her lines.
Yes, definitely change of angle, and there is that swing. So should be hoping to put it outside off and try and bring it back into that off stump middle instead of starting at middle and leg and moving away.
Also brings in now that mid wicket. Has to chase it down. Good slide to keep it. It's going to run to two. It's a nice healthy pocket on that leg side, and Laura Goodall used good use of it.
Yes, definitely. That's the first runs off the bat for Western Province, and that takes the score to 4 runs.
The confidence Laura Goodall must be carrying right now. 110. It was Faye Tunnicliffe who scored 111 in the Pro 20. It's a good ball from Thabiseng Nini. Like you said, it's not the pace, it's the control.
It definitely is. So the first few deliveries has been quite full, and she's just pulled the length back a bit and came in nicely. And Lara respecting the ball on that occasion, playing it back to the bowler.
That's a good ball, but it's met with an even better shot from Lara Goodall. Just so easily punched straight past the bowler, and it's 4 runs. Score moves to 8.
Definitely didn't try to hit it very hard. That swing is still there. Just chucks it, and that's a shot from an informed batter. You can see the timing was there. It was pure timing. Full face of the bat past Nini, and beautiful boundary. That's a confident shot first over.
Better lengths. You spoke about this, the previous delivery before she got hit to the boundary. It was a good ball and a very good area. The boundary was a bit of a of a half volley, but it ends the over from Tabiseng Nini. A good start for Western Province. 8 for no loss.
Yes, it is a good start. And as we said, it looks like a beautiful pitch to bat on. And it will be important to see how Northwest Dragons goes about their business on this pitch. Initially, they would look to break through to control the run flow. And as we've seen previously, that Western Province lineup, they bat deep. So Northwest Dragons, they would be really hoping to get early breakthrough.
Still have former Protea Fade. Oh, incumbent. Why am I thinking everyone is a former? Incoming, and growing Protea Faye Tunnicliffe, 26 years old, but a really good batter. Very good fielder as well. Delmarie Tucker, who's a Protea herself. Even the captain, Leah Jones, who has excellent pedigree as a player. But right now, Winster comes in for the Northwest. Used to play for the Southwestern District last season. Has moved up, Janae Winster.
It's become such a norm in Bandulo these days to see start with pace and spin, or spin and pace here. First delivery, good length delivery, and it's been played back to the cover region.
But you're speaking, Zubair. Nowadays in modern cricket, we're seeing more spin open the bowling.
Yes, definitely. That is what I'm saying, that we're seeing more and more of that. It's also got to do with time, that you have limited time. If you don't bowl your overs in those time, you are penalized. Oh, that's a fuller delivery. That's a third ball of the over, played into covers. And we're still 8 runs without loss after 1.3 overs.
It's very good bowling here. Ulutlesio currently facing with Lara Goodall. Still a long way to go. It's 50 overs. There's absolutely no need to rush. Just get into the stride of things. And I must say, Zubi, I love how the sound of the bats of Ulutlesio, and she's just not trying anything too fancy getting into her innings.
As you say, that fifth ball, the last ball of the over, and she defends back to the bowler. Exactly, it is Western Province having scored good runs the last 2 games. That's what the batsmen, they notice, and they want to bat the 50 overs, so they're not rushing into anything. Given the track is so good, they know if they get in, whoever is batting, they will get big score on this pitch. It looks like a terrific pitch to bat on, and the weather is so good. So they would hope, every batter that comes in, they would be hoping that they can bat long.
Tabiseng Nene, just was expensive in that first over. Very far volleyed straight ball, punched back by Laura Goodall. Couple of wides and 2 as well. That's why she's gone for 8. Currently the only runs in the match so far.
Yes, definitely, and you can see first delivery, she's pulled her length back. She's realized that. And again, it's a good length delivery coming in. Goodall plays it beautifully to square leg boundary, and seems like they're going to be getting 3 runs of it. Easy 3 runs. Good shot. Again, we say it's a better in form, in control. Good, just timing the ball, gliding it through the mid-wicket square leg region and getting 3 runs of it. So in the first over, we've seen Goodall face Nini. Now we're going to see how CEO plays Nini and what Nini does with CEO. Is she going to carry on going fuller, or she keeps on pulling her length back?
It's going to be a different test as well for Tabiseng Nene here. Apart from the fact that she's pulling off her run-up for the second time in this over, it's very critical that you get your rhythm going. Could attribute to mislining the ball and pulling it in the bad areas. Looks smoother. That's a good ball. The most important thing here also is the fact that Laura Goodall is a left-hander, CEO is a right-hander. So if they start taking those singles, the bowlers also need to constantly adjust that line and ensure that they are bowling in those tight areas.
I definitely agree with you that having that left-handed, right-handed combination, it creates so much of a problem for the fielding captain and bowler as well. And especially when they are looking to rotate the strike, the field needs to change. The bowler needs to keep on changing every delivery, and becomes that much difficult.
Much more comfortable against the right-hander as well. If anything, this whole over has been much more better constructed by Tabiseng Nene.
Definitely much more in control, spot on Mpandulo. And also I think what helps her is she usually bowls outswingers to the righty and in-swinger to the lefties as well. So she's finding it more comfortable bowling to the righty. As we say that she bowls a straighter one that was going down middle and leg, and CEO just guides it to a fine leg boundary for a single.
Over number 3, Tabiseng Nene has gone for 12. Western Province has scored all their 12 runs from Nene. It was Tuta Tibet who actually did the fielding down at the fine leg. Ball just drifting that side. Also one of the new signings from Northwest. She comes from the Lions. Handy little wrist spinner, Tuta Tibet, and she can also wield. So it's good introductions into the team to build the depth for a newly promoted side in Northwest.
Definitely is, and after the promotion it seems like they have brought players in from different provinces. We also have Sarah Barber coming in from the Lions as well, and our bowler who's bowling now, who's come from Southwest districts as well. So they have noticed where they needed enforcement, and it seems like they have brought in those enforcements. Now it's about gelling together as a team and seeing what's best for the team. And with that, we have Lara facing the spinner for the first time this innings.
This is a much more favourable matchup for both bowlers. It's beautifully played from Goodall to just rotate the strike as well. But as a finger spinner who's a right armer, you want the ball to spin away from your batter. And so you want Janae Winster to bowl to Laura Goodall. And you want Tabiseng Nene with her natural movement to bowl to the right-handed CEO for that outswinger. But
Spot on there, Pendulo, spot on there. That is the more favorable balance for the Northwest Dragons. That's how they would like to put the pressure onto this opening pair of Western Province.
Well cut. It's a great stop. That's very good. Excellent fielding. Commitment.
That's excellent. She's definitely saved a couple of runs there. It was cut hard and diving to her left and making a stop.
Seems like the ball is chasing around Tuto Tiberi. With that stop, Leslie de Villiers standing at the slip. The ball finds Sarah Barber. Or Deirdre van Rensburg, rather. But these areas are going to be forcing Janae Winster to really bowl outside that off stump. She can't afford to bowl anything straight. There was no square leg. So it was easy singles for Olushesiyo, which I think it's something she could have tried to manufacture a single out of, because she's taken 15 deliveries for her 2 runs. It's 4 overs done, 14 for no loss.
Yes, definitely. Sio, from her Lions days as well, you look at her stature and you think that she's a big hitter. Yes, she can hit the ball big as well, but she likes to take her time and get into the innings and, build her innings as such. So initially she will give you those chances and you would like to bowl straight and create those chances. And as you said, give that single away and bowl to the left armer away from her and try and make her make those mistakes as well. At this point in time, though, Western Province would be fairly happy. Their last game, they scored 256 against the Titans.
Oof. God, that sounds so good, Zubair. It's a great stop from Nini.
It really is a great stop from Nini, and it was played back with such power and timing together. I'm sure Nini's felt it in her end. She was playing it strong.
That's why they scored the 200 plus, 250 plus versus the Titans. When at the top of the order you can create such a strong platform for the rest of your batting order, you are able to score runs like that.
Yes, definitely. That's what. And in that game, as you said earlier on, Dane van Niekerk, right, ex-Protea, getting some runs as well, and Lara scoring that 111 in that game against the Titans. That would give you such a confidence coming in, batting on this surface, and you can see that confidence oozing through Lara Godel here. The way she's played this first few overs straight bat, trying nothing. When you're out of form, you try and hit hard or you just go in your shell. That's not the case with Lara at this point in time. She's playing it with straight bat, with such good timing.
Just tying her shoelaces here, Lara Godal. The way she's been playing, you tie the laces for the 2 shoes together and keep her feet from moving, because she's playing absolutely beautifully. And I guess also, Zubair, if you've been part of the national setup for such a long time, and then all of a sudden you're being left off, and here the team now is reaching the finals, they're doing all of these great things. All of the players want to be a part of an environment like that. So if you've been there before, there's pressure for you to get there. And so with runs coming in, you want to back up that performance and be consistent, so that Coach Mandla Mashibi can look at you and say, you are part of this super productive team. And if she plays like this, she's going to raise some ears. Wonderful wrists from Lara Goodall for 4 runs.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Again, just timing, not trying to hit it hard. The ball was there to be put away, and put away she did. No square leg, it was an easy shot. Nini again drifting slightly down leg side, and it's been put away for 4.
Shades of Seshni Naidu. Another Protea who's doing her thing, did her thing. But it's Laura Goodall here who's doing the absolute most. And I must say here, these are the times when a young player has to learn to adjust to certain conditions. These are excellent lengths if there's grass on the surface, if it's a little bit gloomy, if the ball is hooping around, you want to be as full as possible. But when the surface is a little bit flat and hard like this, you want to hit a bit harder lengths and make the batter work for their runs, because if you're a bit too full, they can trust the line of the ball and just play through it.
Definitely, and that's what we've noticed in the first 3 overs by Nini, that every time she's pulled the length back, something has happened and Lara has been a touch uncomfortable. Same right here to Seo as well. Seo needed to respect that delivery, back of the length, moving away. You need to respect as an opening batsman playing a 50 overs game. So yes, definitely there is something in the bowler on this flat deck or any flat deck. When you have this, you need to bend your back a bit, as they say, put it on a good length, and especially for someone like Nini who's still swinging, pulling the length back, so she needs to be more consistently bowling that good length and let the ball do the talking.
So counterintuitive, isn't it? Because every single time when you are being taught, especially at a young age, you're always taught to hit the stumps. And in order for you to hit the stumps, you have to hit those full lengths. But right now, that is not what is needed. Right now, we need that ball to just go over the stumps a little bit, hit the splice of the bat, and challenge the batters slightly more and bring the fielders in play. Especially if you have a slip fielder over there too, with that movement from Nini. But will she be able to make the adjustment in her next over? Janae Winster, on the other hand, is bowling beautiful.
She's keeping her line in length. She's giving nothing away. You're absolutely right there, Pendula. Oh, as we say that Lara Goodall tries to cut that one past point, she gets a thick outside edge over the second slip, way over, and it runs down to 4. Not in control on that delivery. Again, well bowled.
Sniff of width from Winster was enough to entice Goodall. Very to play a cut shot that close to your body. Oh, that is excellent. That is excellent. Winting straight with the line of the ball.
Definitely. So the first ball spun a bit, and that's why it took the outside edge, and this one just went straight on, and Lara Goodall tried to play for the spin and misses it completely. Lucky not to get an edge.
But this is going to start putting doubts now. Especially, and also this is the advantage of using a spinner with a brand new ball on a brand new surface. You get such different natural variation with the ball and with the surface. It can skid through because it's still new with that lacquer. It can grip sometimes because it can hit the seam, and sometimes it can just go through with the arm of the ball.
Yes, definitely. It's Jane Winster's experience as well. She knows, when to. You will notice that she'll put the ball up more to Seo, knowing that the Seo is not going to put her away, but she cannot do the same to Lara, who is waiting, who's coming off that century and confident.
Oh, that's a wonderful delivery from Winster. It takes the outside edge. It's a little bit lower for Leslie de Villiers at slip. She's a little bit square, and a fortuitous boundary for Seo.
Definitely is, and they've been playing with that slip fielder. Even the first couple of deliveries when she bowled to Lara Goodall, they had her at sort of 1.5, and then they moved her to second and they brought her slightly in. At this point in time also, the ball goes through the first slip, but she's standing at second slip. It's hard to judge those. Oh,
Thing is also about that positioning. It's a beautiful over from Janae Winster, despite it going for 9 runs. It's a very good over. It's 28 for no loss from Western Province. What a good call to get her starting. That experience just showing. And you saw it. It's an excellent observation, Zubair. bowling it a little bit shorter to Lara Goodall and bowling it much more fuller to Sio, and you could see the trouble. Her feet are not moving well, just as of yet. She's very much reliant on that back foot, and that's why that delivery almost got her out. It's superb experience from the 27-year-old Janae Winster.
It definitely is there, definitely. And it's good to see that, look, she's just come in to this Northwest setup, and she's it seems like she knows the ground and the pitch so well. And also, I think the players she's playing against, being from SWD, playing against Western Province, I'm sure that's a matchup she's had a few times in the past, and she's using that experience as well to bowl to the opening pair of Western Province. As we say that after 6 overs, Western Province are 28 for no loss.
Katlego Setlhodi. Ntabiseng Nini taking herself out of the attack, bringing in another good talent for Northwest. Not a good ball to start off. Nini was wide down the leg side, but much rather wide on the offside.
Definitely, I would agree with it because you can see Lara chased that delivery. There is a very good chance that she could have got outside because you're not in control. The ball was so wide that she wouldn't have been in control.
Beautiful. That is exquisite from Lara Goodall. Weight transfer at a premium to drive it for 4 runs.
Left-handers and their cover drives is just something so beautiful. It's an art, you know, you just love to see, and I don't think you can describe it how beautiful it looks. We speak of the greats, the Kohlis and the Baba Azams and the Kallises, but it's something else when Sangakkara and Lara Goodall drives that ball for 4.
What I love especially about that is that it's not a typical square drive. Beautiful shots, and she played it in the V, playing it against the line of the ball. Now she's trying it again, a much tighter line from Setlhodi, and I think that's where she needs to be for the majority of the over.
Yes, definitely. That was a better line, sort of middle and off, and Lara playing it back to covers. She can't afford to be on the third, fourth stump, because we've seen Lara put away those four with ease. That's a better delivery again, back of the length, and Lara plays it down to the third man region for a single.
It's been a clear difference. It's the length here between Setlhodi and Nini. And most importantly, I think it's the consistency in executing those lengths. These last 3 deliveries have been pretty solid from Setlhodi. It was just a beautiful drive from Goodall. But this is where she needs to be. This is the stuff.
That's a much better delivery, and yet again, as we say, Sio takes her time getting into the game, and Northwest Dragons would be fairly happy with the dot balls. They would take it any day on this flat surface.
Hard slash! A dive through the covers. It's in vain though. Ball is going to be covered by Deirdre van Rensburg. It's a good enough save, she claims. They're going to run for 2 runs. Oh, she signals 4 at the end of the day. Umpire low. Valiant effort from van Rensburg. All in vain. It's the end of over number 7. 38 for no loss.
That's good sportsman shown by van Rensburg, that she was the only one on that side who could have seen whether she did touch the rope and the ball at the same time, and it seems that's what happened, and she tells the umpire that yes, it is a 4. So it's good to see on a cricket field. It is a gentleman's game, and to see this, it's beautiful. It's not all about runs and wickets and winning and losing. It's much more than that as well.
Always want to keep a good spirit about you and the game that you're playing. Just makes it so much more pleasant to watch and to play. Currently, it's a pleasant experience watching Janae Winster. I wonder though, they've become a little bit more defensive against Laura Goodall. They've removed de Villiers at slip. She's now standing at the short third. That cut shot, an inspiration probably for that move. And it just allows Janae Winster a little bit more freedom outside of that off stump, knowing that she won't concede too many runs.
Again, it's got to do with the flat surface. On a surface that was doing if it was doing a bit more, they would have the slip fielder. Where the surface isn't doing much, they're not taking that risk. They would much rather save a boundary than hoping that there would be an edge, and especially of Lara Goodall. So it's a matter of, do you now attack or defend? And given the surface, it seems Northwest has decided to defend those.
Doesn't help that they're going at 5 runs to the over as well.
Yes, it's those bad deliveries that's been put away each and every time. They've gone full, and Lara has punished those deliveries. If you take away those bad full deliveries, they've bowled beautifully.
It's Lara Goodall who's batting beautifully as well. Seems like they're allowing her to take this single, get Oluhlesi on strike. I would love to see a much more aggressive approach against Theo, because you can see that she's a bit more tentative. Bring that slip in. Be tighter. Bring in a short mid-wicket or a short cover even, just to get her a little bit claustrophobic. She hasn't hit much. There's no need for a long on. There's no need for a deep mid-wicket. The ball hasn't been hit to the cow corner. Stuff her off that space and suffocate her in the pitch.
I fully agree with you. That's a good observation. That's a good observation by you, Pendulo. And that's exactly what happens. It's a brilliant delivery onto the off stump, going in, and it's there was a loud appeal, but you can see it came off the bat. That's what the umpire Angus House says, that it's come off the bat.
It ends the over. Janae Winster in great control. She's only gone for 12 in her first 4 overs. 39 for no loss for the Western Province. Going a touch at 5 runs to the over.
And Janae Winster, if you see, of those 12 runs, the 8 runs came off the last over, where both of them were sort of edges that ran down to the third man boundary, and it wasn't her fault. So she's bowled beautifully this morning, but they would have been hoping that they can pick up a wicket after these overs, after 8 overs.
It's what they need, and it's what they get, and it's the big scalp of Laura Goodall. The catch has been taken, and that is the end of the big scoring Laura Goodall.
Yes, and as we said, on this particular delivery, the length was pulled back, and Lara Goodall just tried to go between mid-wicket and square leg, and not the case, as she gives an easy catch to the mid-wicket fielder.
It's the length. She pulled that length back, Katlego Setlhori. The ball didn't hit the right areas for Laura Goodall. If that was fuller, it's a much easier flick for her to get it through. But she pops it straight to mid-wicket. And it's a much easier catch to grab with the ball coming in to Laura Goodall. It's an easier shot. And she just makes a mistake.
And as we said, she's been timing the ball so beautifully. She was so confident the ball was there. She felt the ball was there to put away, and she just manages to find a mid-wicket fielder who was there, set up perfectly. Not even a single step to move.
It's a big loss. It's a big loss for Western Province. Brings in Dalmarie Taka. She's another Protea. coming in at number 3. It's an important position in the longer format of the game. 50 overs is a long time. We take that for granted sometimes. They still have 42 overs to bat. 39 for 1.
Northwest Dragons would be breathing much better now, having seen what Lara Goodell was capable of this first 8 overs. They'll be happy seeing the back of her. And yet again, the ball is pulled back to Tucker. Yes, it looks easy, but that scoring is taken away. It's much easier when it's bowled full and to drive and flick.
I think they need to put in a slip here. Sir Claude is bowling pretty well. The ball is moving away from the right-hander as well, and she now just has 2 right-handers to deal with. CEO hasn't been looking too good with her feet. Dalmarie Tucker is brand new. And so this extremely balanced field of defense and it just doesn't work. I want to see more attacking. And it's not like Dalmarie Tucker is defending. She's trying to go for the shots with the ball moving away from her. And she's bowling good lengths, Sir Claude. Just a little bit more offense wouldn't hurt.
Definitely. Yet again, where we see, I think they're playing the pitch more than playing the opposition at this point in time. They need to be more confident in their abilities and not just get carried away looking at the pitch that it's flat, it's not doing much. You've just got a wicket, new batter is in. Bring that slip in, I agree with you fully. And attack. Make something happen.
And you wonder where the fielder's going to come from. They have 2 fielders, a square leg and a mid-wicket, and the ball is barely going to the stumps. She makes a mistake here, drops it a little bit too full. That's a bowler error. And it's a beautiful shot from Dalmarie Tucker, driven on for the 4.
Beautiful on drive. And again, Tucker as well, not trying to hit it very hard, just timing it beautifully, placed it perfectly between the mid-wicket and mid-on fielder, and the ball rolls away for 4. And that is the end of 9th over. Western Province are 43 for 1, having lost Lara Goodell in the last over.
Janae Winster has been bowling well, but it's unbelievable. The ball slips through between 2 of them. Sir Claude is going to keep it for 1.
And that brings in the new Tucker to face Janae Winster. Pendulo, if you look at the field position for Janae Winster, now they're busy moving the mid-on, but that mid-on fielder was so straight for all of her first 4 overs. It's like right behind the non-striker at this point in time, but I don't know what they are thinking, because their long on and mid-on are pretty straight, right behind each other.
Then there's no need for the mid-on, because you also have a deep mid-wicket. When you are putting that long on down here, you are committing to the fact that you are giving them a single. And so, what are you trying to achieve by having both a long on and a mid-on? Especially, Zubair, if for 2 times in a row the ball has gone past that mid-on. Rather use that fielder in a better position, maybe a square leg, with the ball spinning into the right-hander. But that's glorious from Oluhle CEO. That is beautiful cover drives. 4 runs, they move to 49.
And we see after overs and overs, this is the first ball Janae Winster has put a bad delivery in front of Seo, and Seo says thank you very much. She puts that beautiful cover drive away for 4. It was there to be hit. And again, that was a delivery. That was a delivery to be put away, and Seo does. The ball rolls away to the cover boundary. There was a chase given, but the ball wins the race. And that's 2 boundaries in a row for Seo. She'll be happy with that.
Not good enough from Jane Winster. You said it, Zubair. It's been beautiful. And then just 2 deliveries mess up your figures just ever so slightly. Overpitched. It was. Oh, this is a problem. Need to throw it at the right end. Delmarie Tucker just ran for the heavens. It's another miscommunication. A little bit too lackadaisical from Western Province, but they survive. 10 runs off the Janae Winster over. That's the end of the power play as well. 53 for 1 after 10.
Wow, that last delivery was full of confusion. But to be honest, it seems like Olu was in no way she wanted to take a run. It was Tucker who ran in 3/4 of the way. She wanted a single. She felt there was a single. The throw comes in, and there's a misfield at the non-strikers, and again Tucker felt that there was a run. A whole lot of miscommunication. Western Province will be fairly happy that they did not lose a wicket of the delivery. Bendulo, 10 overs, 53 for 1. How happy do you think either side are with that score after the first 10 overs of the game?
Before I tell you my opinion, let's hear yours.
I think Northwest, after the putting into bowl first, they would have hoped that they have a couple of wickets and 10 to 15 more runs of bad delivery that were given, fuller deliveries that shouldn't have been bowled. And they were given those 12 to 16 runs extra. They would have been much more happier with 10 overs, 38 for 1, or even 2 would have been ideal. In the case of Western Province, this is an ideal position for them. 10 overs, 53 for 1, they would take that any day.
I really do feel like it was Western Province's 10 overs. Laura Goodall was the instigator. She really drove it forward. And Northwest did get her wickets, which was pivotal, it was key. But then Olusegun has just walked into that role. It was a very good shot. It's a tidy stop from Setlodi. It's going to be a single. This is exactly what I'm speaking about. CEO is now walking into her innings, 20 from 29. And her acceleration and change of gears restored the balance of losing Lara Goodall. And so on 53 for 1 after 10 overs, going at 5, yes, you are happy as Western Province right now.
You definitely are. Oh, as we say that, a beautiful glance through mid-wicket by Tucker, and it runs away for yet another boundary for Delmarie Tucker and Western Province. That brings the score to 59 for 1.
Chased by Sarah Barber. It's a good chase. Like I said, one of the new players. Very good all-rounder, Sarah Barber. Formerly from Inland, then Lions. Now she's at the Western Province. Now she's at the Northwest. Couldn't stop that though.
It's a fuller delivery, and Delmarie Tucker plays it to mid-off, no runs. That's the end of the 11th over, and Western Province are 59 for 1. Yes, so coming back to your point, Bandulo, I fully agree that Western Province would be fairly happy with the score, not just the score. Remember, CEO did not win the game against the Titans. It was Chama Botha who opened the innings. So CEO also is put into a new position, and they'd be fairly happy to see that they have a player they can count on moving forward as an opener. And she complimented Lara Godal so well. Yes, there were a lot of dot balls in that partnership, but Lara was going great gun, so there was no need to accelerate from both ends. As we said, this is a 50 over game, and given the way they have played, hence their score is 64-1. At this point in time, you look at CEO's score and you'd say, that's a good innings. And Tucker has come in. She's 10 of 10. So Tucker is playing that Lara Godal role, and CEO doesn't need to do.
Oh, problems! Big problems! Huge shout from Janae Winster. Umpire Angus House walks away from the appeal. He's not interested. They were convinced.
That's a good shout. Definitely a good shout. We need to have a second look to see what it was. A beautiful delivery. Tucker going back, and it seemed like she missed it completely. Jenny Winster will not be happy. She looked convinced that there was definitely a wicket number 2 for her, for the Northwest Dragons, but not the case.
Luckily, we are streaming this on YouTube. There's a little bit of confusion. Luckily, we're streaming this on YouTube, so you can rewind and check for yourself. But luckily, our replays are starting to come back. Just having a little bit of technical issues. But that looked a solid shot.
Maybe there was a doubt in the umpire's mind. There might have been inside edge or something that could have saved Tucker there, because it looked to be hitting middle and leg. I think there was doubt in umpire Angus House's mind. Usually he is very good with the LBWs, and that he's one of the best upcoming umpires in the CSA ranks. But that looked quite close. The only thing that could have saved Tucker there is the doubt in the mind of umpire Angus House that there was an inside edge onto the pad. Remember, we get many replays to replay and watch what happened. As an umpire, you have those few seconds and you need to make that call.
Over number 12, 62 for 1 for the Western Province. She's been really good, Janae Winster, to start off. That's why the changes have at the JB Marks end. University end is solid, it's controlled. Alyssa Exleben comes in. She'll be bowling to Oluhle Theo, who's looking good, and back to that conversation of Theo. Whoa! She rolls it back to her stumps! No! What a mistake that is! She was trying to poke that around the corner, but she hooks it around to her stumps. What an unfortunate way to lose your wicket.
And we were just saying that she's played so beautifully till that point in time, and that is definitely an unfortunate way to go. It was a nothing delivery, a loose first delivery, going down leg on the 5th stump down leg, and she brings it back to the stumps. It comes off her bat, an unfortunate way to go out. And the Western Province lose the second wicket, and it is Seo who are starting to look so comfortable on the pitch. And Alyssa Exaboyan gets a wicket from a loose delivery. She'll be very happy with that. She'll take that any day as a bowler. From the first delivery where it was a nothing delivery and you get a wicket, you say thank you very much on such a pitch. And it was so much down the leg side that it confused the umpire as well. Umpire called it a wide only for the ball to come off the bat and hit the wicket.
What a strange way to lose your wickets. What an unfortunate way to lose your wicket. And Oluchase was really starting to grow in her role. And the ball just sliding down the leg side. It wasn't sliding down, it was charging down the leg side. She'll feel very unfortunate. That's the umpire thinking it's a watch. You could barely see the bail fall off. How often does that happen? Brings in Protea player as well. She's had a few chances in the T20 side. Faye Tunnicliffe. It's a good ball to start off from Alyssa now. That's a good ball.
That's a much better delivery. And Faye Tunnicliffe comes off a century herself in the T20 against the Titans. So she herself is in good nick as well. Oh, again, it was a nothing delivery, a full toss. And that's well fielded on the boundary. There was a chance of a run out, but Tucker makes it comfortably in the end.
I think Janae Winster is a really good addition to the team. She was so passionate, even by the way she ended up fielding, saying, no, put in more effort. Someone back up. And sometimes you need that enforcer in the field. It's just going to remind everybody that we need to focus, especially with the team that's brand new in Division 1 cricket.
That ball is outside off stump and left alone. Fully agree, you need leaders in any team. And it's good to see, even though you don't need to be a captain to be a leader. We do have that in the Protea setup as well. And you see that while we fielding and batting as well, you see the likes of Chafta, like the likes of Brits and the likes of Sunay Rees and that you see them going to talk to the bowler. You see them, the energy flowing, and that's what we are getting from Janae Winster as well, that you see her energy flowing, and you absolutely spot on. It helps as a team. You need those leaders to pull the young players around you through as well.
She might bowl out here, Janae Winster. She's on beginning her 7th over. It's only been 2 overs that has been expensive. She went for 9 and then she went for 10. That 9 had 2 boundaries off the edges. The 10 runs was much more purer batting and her a little bit wayward bowling. So 6 runs in the other 4 overs tells you the control that she's had so far. And she misses controls. That's going to be beautifully played. Great shot from Dalmarie Tucker. She's taking the leader role now. And it's 4 more runs for Western Province.
And that takes the score to 68-4-2. Very nicely put away by Tucker. It was a full toss, a nothing delivery really, and Tucker says thank you very much and puts it down to cow corner 4-4.
A little bit wayward, that from Winster. Much more better that time. I still don't like this mid-on. I have to say, that mid-on is there and runs have just been slipping through, and it's not a fielder's fault. It's just a positional fault on where they are, because it seems as if Winster is bowling for the long on, for the deep mid wickets and not for the mid on. And it really does feel like a wasted position. If you take that mid on and you put them at square leg, you allow Winster to be much more attacking onto the stumps, knowing that if they try and push it onto the leg side, it's defended. So I genuinely don't like that position of that mid on with the long on.
And as you say that, Mpendulo, I fully agree with you. And as you say that, you can see they've moved her much rounder, more of a mid-wicket a fielder.
But now you have a deep mid-wicket as well. So you can take the mid-wicket a little bit straighter to cover that gap between the long on and the deep mid-wickets, and then you slot in the square leg right over there. So for me, I feel like there's just a little bit of a tactical flaw here.
And it does seem like it's a premeditated feel. When it was CO batting, I felt maybe that placement was still okay because CO doesn't play so much with hard hands, so that fielder was there to stop the single if it goes past Janae. And then you have, but then again, as you said, then there was no need for a long on as well. Take that fielder out. But so far it's worked for them. Look, they are into the second power play where the fielders can be out, but yet Janae bowling so well that they only have 2 players out. It shows the confidence she has in her bowling. It shows the confidence Nini has in her bowling as well. It's just those odd 3 deliveries in the past 2 overs that she's put full, and it's been punished.
She has been exquisite. Exleben, she bowled her worst delivery so far has been her wicket-taking delivery, arguably her most important wicket, because Sia was very set up.
Yes, definitely, I agree with you. Look, she's been a bit wayward with her first 7 deliveries. It's been all over. There's been a couple that was outside off stump, then full toss, and the first one that got CO. We can't stress enough how down the leg, probably 6 stump down the leg, and CO somehow brings it back. Unfortunately.
Big hit! Is it big enough? It's not big enough to reach the fielder. No big enough to reach the boundary. Brave hit from Dalmari Taka.
Yeah, Northwest Dragons were hoping that she would have timed it better than it could have reached the long off boundary, but it wasn't timed well.
It's much more better field. Because the thing is, field plays such a vital role in what the bowler has to do, and plays a vital role in preventing what a batter can do. And right now, that fielder is perfectly placed down there. You're preventing any 4s, you're keeping 4s to 1s. And if they want to go over the top, you're presenting a wicket-taking delivery, and it incentivizes your spinner to be full outside the off stump. If she goes down the leg side, you have that short, fine leg. You have the short mid-wickets, which I think is a good field. And that's why that over only went for 4 singles. 73 for 2.
73 for 2. Pendulo, having said that, yes, definitely field placing is so important. But having said that, if you notice the different style of batting between Faye and Tucker, where Tucker played the same 2 singles down to long off, both of them, she was much more in control. She went to the ball, and on the floor, she gets the singles. Whereas Faye's 2 singles, they were hit in the air, very close to the fielder. So it just felt like Faye is not in control of her shot. And if you notice, she's been practicing at the non-striker end. That Faye Tunnicliffe has been practicing that get your body in front, get your head in line. So different tactics, different batsmen, different batters. We have change in bowling here.
For the first time in Northwest colours, Tuto Tiberi. She got big cheers for her debut call-up. You can even rewind the stream just before the start of the game. You'll hear the cheers from the Northwest ladies giving Tuto Tiberi her first cap as a Northwest Dragon.
Oh, and the first two deliveries has been so beautifully flighted by Tibetan. It was so beautifully flighted, and that's what we want to see from a spinner.
Shifts around. Oh, how did that miss the stumps? How did that miss? Very sketchy shot from Faye Tunnicliffe. Dalmarie, rather.
And that's been signaled leg byes by the umpire Angus House.
Oh, thick outside edge. It's happening here with Tuto Tiberi. It's happening. What a good first over.
It really is. I am very excited to see her bowl more and more because it's been beautifully bowled. The first four deliveries are slightly shorter this time around and going into the right-hander. The first three deliveries were authentic leg spinners. The fourth delivery is just slightly straighter on that took the edge, and this one just sliding into the batter. Something to think about for the batters out there.
Dalmarie's first encounter with Tiberi is not particularly great. Shifting across the stumps, looking to paddle it down to the fine leg. Understandably so. There's no one behind square. The last field on the leg side is a deep square leg, so no fine leg. Have to be very mindful of where to bowl, and what a great attempt! That is a fantastic chance from Ntabiseng Nene. Running in, diving in, but the ball doesn't stick in.
Oh, that's an excellent attempt by the captain. The ball just died on her at the last minute. Oof, that would have been a fantastic catch. And Northwest Dragons would have been hoping that it finds the hands of Nini. Wasn't the case, but extremely good effort there by the skipper right there.
It's a very difficult chance. But to even make it a chance is good. Dalmarie Taka would have been absolutely morbid if she lost her wicket in that fashion. And juicy full toss. She felt like she should have even gotten a boundary out of that. She survives. 78 for 2, as we're going to be starting over number 17 now.
So, with this bowling now, bowler going all over, they have much more defensive field for her, where they have square leg boundary, a mid-wicket boundary, a long on as well as long off. So even though if there is a full toss or drag down, there is protection for her. They've understood that that is needed, as we said, that she has been a bit wayward, that is Alyssa, and they gone more defensive for her for the past couple of overs.
Even there, a little bit overpitched. But Dalmarie is just teasing these Northwest fielders. The balls are a little bit too aerial from the Western Province ladies. It keeps Northwest in the hunt as if something's going to happen. And what was so good with both CEO and Goodall at the top of the order is that they didn't seem like they were going to give you an opportunity. It had to be great bowling that manufactures it, or sometimes just mistakes from the two batters to lose their wickets. But yeah, it's just a little bit far too often that the ball has been in the air. And so you want a bit more of this. Pocket the ball nicely, be safe, and just rotate the strike and you'll get the runs.
Absolutely spot on. That first 10 overs, I think there was just one edge of CO as well as Lara, where both of them it went over the slip region. Apart from that, there were no real chances for the Northwest. And this past few overs, couple of overs, we've seen the ball being a lot in the air, especially from Faye. And Tucker, who looks so much confident, the last over, she almost got bowled around her legs where she came in and tried to sweep, and she missed the ball completely that went past the stumps, as well as the last ball that was a gift, juicy full toss, and she only managed to put it by Nini, and good effort by her. So the ball has been a lot in the air. You are spot on there.
Tututsi Bedi, she created the chance with a most unfortunate delivery, but it was a chance not taken. Tunnicliffe, I believe, is a really good talent, given from what I've seen of her. There's a lot of chances now that are opening up for the ladies as well. Emerging sides are playing more often. Seeing the professionalization of this league, the women Proteas are doing excellently. That's a big hit. Is it big enough? Oh, Alyssa allows the ball to bounce, but she saves the boundary. She decides the boundary is more important.
Yeah, it's a personal choice, I would say, at this point in time. I'm sure the coaching staff would have a different view, that they would feel that she should have gone for the catch rather than saving the boundary. That saving option was there as well, but I am so sure the management were hoping that she goes for the boundary, and they would rather risk the boundary and getting a wicket.
Especially the wicket of Faye Tunnicliffe, who is in great touch after that century, and she's playing with that confidence. But again, it's just another ball hit into the air, giving a chance to Northwest.
Pendulo, I am really excited watching Tuta bowl. This is the first time I'm watching her bowl, and I must say I'm really happy. Reason being, she's bowling to Tucker and Faye Tunnicliffe, and being in a Protea setup, in and out and so forth, and they are confident coming from runs. She's still not scared to put it up there, and she is, and the ball is spinning a bit. So it's so good to see that bowler coming in first game with confidence bowling, and she's creating chances. Both the overs, the chances were there. As we speak of that, that is the first strings, and Western Province women are 83 for 2 after 18 overs.
Sibuyisa. $83 for 2. Lara Goodall with a great start. 26 from 27. Three scores in their 20s to get them to 83 for 2. Alyssa Exleben with the wickets alongside Katleho Setlori. And so it is Alyssa Exleben who's going to bring us back 1 for 9 in a 3. Welcome back to the cricket. Welcome back to the drinks. And it's a building partnership here between Faye Tunnicliffe and Delmarie Taka. Currently with 22 runs.
With the amount of chances they've got, they'll be fairly happy they're still out there in the middle, and Western Province will be hoping they would carry on and be much more settled than how they have looked so far.
And a drinks break can do one of two things. Either, more often than not, it's the batters who have to refine their rhythm, so we see a wicket every 1 or 2 overs after drinks. Or if the batters have been making a little bit of mistakes, they can regroup properly with instruction from the coaching staff. And maybe a rebuilding process here, because we are still within 20 overs. It's such a long way to go. There's no need for you to try and enforce yourself. Try to get 3-4 runs to the over and get it flowing.
That's exactly seems to be the plan, because we've seen now Tucker solid defend twice. So it seems like that has been mentioned, that regroup, come back strong, get those singles. We're still early in terms of 50 overs. It's only 18 overs gone, so still have almost 2/3 of the game to go. And it's been early days, early 5 balls, but they look more settled at the pitch. So it seems like the drinks came at the right time for the Western Province ladies.
A dropped chance from Ntabiseng Nini, though it was difficult. But it's a chance nonetheless that you feel at this level you want to grab, so you can be called to the next level. And also on top of that, Alyssa Exleben herself not attacking the ball, but being defensive, preventing a boundary rather than trying to get a catch. And many other balls being hit in the air by Delmarie Taka and Faye Tunnicliffe really needed some sort of regrouping. And it's a well-constructed over that. 86 for 2 after 19.
Interesting to see. That's what happened. We talk of Western Province and their thinking process, the batters. Same thing for Northwest Dragons as well. That mid-off fielder for Alyssa was long off in her first 3-4 overs, but the first 5 deliveries, they brought her in and they were attacking much more. Only the last delivery, they said, go back, let's save the over. We see Tuto continuing after her 2 overs. This is her 3rd over.
Oh, just down the legs. She must be careful, Delmarie Taka. We've seen tricks of that ball going down the legs and taking the stumps from Oluhlesiyo. It's going to be a wide delivery this time. And she's floating it in. Just over pitching this time, and it's funny that it was that kind of delivery that almost got her a wicket.
Really, as a leg spinner, we hear so often that to have control when you bowl finger spin, leg spin is very difficult, and that is so good to see from Tuto, that she's bowled now 16 deliveries, and there has been just couple of them that she's missed that has been quite full. Other than that, she's been on the mark.
Oh, just a little bit too down the leg side, but she is getting some bit of spin, which is very good.
And even that delivery, Tucker played for the spin and it just carried on. There was no spin on that delivery, so it carried on, and that's what did Tucker that delivery. I am, as a better, it's good to see that for spin you use your feet. So many coaches will tell you use your feet, get to the bounce of the ball, and Tucker has been doing that for both the spinners, and that's why she's been so much on the ground, hitting so much on the ground, whereas Faye waiting for the ball and trying to get, and she's been playing in the air.
Because of that. What I also want to add on to is with using your feet, to Tibet in particular, over number 20 is completed with 91 for 2. With Tibet, most importantly, because she floats the ball so much and she really gets it right there in full. If you advance a double step, 1-2, that ball all of a sudden becomes a full toss. And it's a juicy full toss that is hanging in the air, and it's much more easier to dispatch. So in a way, using that feet against Tibedi will force her to change her pace up a little bit. It will force her to change her lengths as well. So it's very good batting here from Dalmarie Tucker and Faye Tunnicliffe against the spinners.
Fully agreed. That's what they have been doing so well. You know, that getting to the pitch of the ball and cutting out that spin option. But as Tuto grows into her role, she will realize she will be more. You want to be more on the off stump and just outside off stump, bringing those players in and beating them with spin. So at this point in time, she's bowling to middle straight. So even if you miss those, it might hit your pad and you're not going to get stumped. Whereas if you are on that fifth stump line, there's a chance that it might go.
Oh, unlucky for Tito Tibedi, the subject of our conversation. She's had 2 great stops, and she tried on that one to no avail though. Great addition to Northwest. Going to be 4 runs for Faye Tunnicliffe though.
This particular delivery was so much like the one that CEO got out down the leg, and Faye Tunnicliffe putting it away for 4. Good chase by Tuto, but in vain.
Lissa had good 3 overs. Now she's losing it a little bit. And she loses it that time. It was a very well placed shot. It's incredibly placed. Great effort from Tibeti though. And even if you take a look at that shot from Faye Tunnicliffe, just look at how she adjusts her feet, how she opens herself up to cover the line of the ball. With CEO, she played around her body, which sent the ball to the stumps. But Faye opened up and played it in front of her body and smashes it very well for 4 runs.
And yet again, we see Tucker going down the pitch and getting a single. Pendulo, we have to speak about how proud we are as South Africans with Proteas reaching the final. After our very first game, when we got rolled out for 69 by England, people around the world, cricketing world, would have wrote us off. There was no chance of us getting. They would have felt that way. So when we came to play them in a semi-final, that stigma stayed. And the way we've come out and played and made it to the final, now the world is like, hold on. This Protea side has something to offer to the world of cricket. But it's not the only time, not just this World Cup. We have done this on ICC events in the past as well. This platform and with that we were 100 for 2 after 21.1 overs. So when you look at the ex-Proteas or Proteas that are in and out of the side and the ones that want to make it to the next World Cup that would come around, you can see the talent is there. They are putting their hand up and they want to be there, and the ones that are in and out also. We spoke of Lara, who's scored a century, who looks in such a good touch today. Nini, with her bowling, captaining the side, she's putting her hand up as well, and we have so many in both the lineup who would be hoping that they are seen and heard that they are there. So these games, these provincial games, it is not just to win or lose. On a personal level as well, the players use it to make themselves known and be there, be the next Protea, be the next star.
And on top of that, we are getting to a transition point, a sort of epoch when it comes to the women's Proteas. It's a very good shot. It's a hard chase down in the deep. It's not good enough. Deirdre van Rensburg tried her best, but the shot was better from Delmarie Tucker. It ends the over, 107 for 2.
And what happens with that is when you are winning, everyone wants to be part of it. Or when you are losing very bad, you feel that I want to be there, make a difference. As a winner as well, everyone wants to be part of it. And this would uplift on a personal level. The players want to do better and prove to the coaches that I am there. I consider me as well. And it puts pressure on the current Proteas that are there, that they need to perform better. That competition is so good for our lineup.
And I was speaking about that transition period that's about to happen with the women's Proteas. It's a good shot. Will it find the gap? It does. This time, no chance for Deirdre van Rensburg. Pulled away stunningly by Faith Huntercliff.
And the score moves on to 111. So we are on Nelson for 2.
That was a cracking shot. Rocked back onto her back foot. There's a gap. There's a gap that can be exploited. And she exploits a different gap. This is beautiful striking from Faith Huntercliff. No one deep in the covers. It's 4 more runs.
That was a beautiful lofted drive over covers for 4. They seem so much confident now. That is Tucker and Faith Huntercliff. Huntercliff moves on to 28 of 36. And then the partnership as well moves to 53. After the loss of CO, they were hoping they get the partnership, and they have got that.
It's exactly what they needed indeed. Especially from the 2 players whom after the 2 openers are the next batch. So often you get only 1 player in the top order looking for the rest of the batting lineup. But here, you get a good stop, you get good fielding, and you need that against such good batting. And they've number 1 and number 2 had a great partnership. Number 2 and number 3 had a decent partnership. Number 3 and number 4 are having a strong partnership. So every single wicket is contributing to the scoreline. And this is just looking deadly by Western Province between Tucker and Huntercliff.
It really is very well calculated inning from the word go by Western Province. After the 23rd over, we are 117 for 2. We had 2 beautiful boundaries coming off that Alyssa over. Faith Huntercliff looks much more in control now than she looked earlier in her innings, where The ball went a lot in the air and she kept on talking to herself. We saw when she went on to the non-striker that get your head in line, and you can see that self-talk has worked for her so far. It's looking good.
If that drinks break didn't happen, I assure a wicket would have fallen by now, because it really has regrouped Faye Tunnicliffe and Dalmarie Tucker. Tutosibedi, a little bit straight, a little bit short, but I like now she's changing the trajectory and the speed that she's bowling. In the previous couple of overs, she's been floating that ball up, tempting the batters. Now she's a bit more direct, hitting the deck a little bit harder, getting more grip from the pitch.
Definitely is. What's not helping too though is how flat this pitch is.
Oh, beautiful! Oh, that is beautiful! Excellent! Look at that middle stump looking back. Tutosibedi gets her first wicket as a Northwest Dragon, and it's a beautiful one of Dalmarie Tucker.
That was such a good delivery. It was straighter, it was flighted, but instead of a leg spinner, that was an offie. It came into Tucker. Tucker played for the leg spin, and that did her. And as we said, she kept on coming forward. She was expecting it to be there full. It was just touch shorter on that, and she played for leg spin. The ball goes the other way, and does Tucker. Till this point, Tucker looked so solid. Oh,
It's the drift.
it's the drift.
Did you see the drift? If we see the replay one more time, you will see the ball. You will see the ball just drifting into the wicket. It was excellent bowling. Just leaving the ball up into the air. You'll see, starting outside the off stump, it drifts to the line of the off stump. Oh, that is superb. Beautiful bowling from Tutosibedi.
Excellent stuff, excellent stuff. So beautiful to see, so beautiful to see. And yet again, a Western Province batter who looked in control, so solid, has to go out. But this time around, to a beautiful delivery as a batter. There isn't much you can do. Maybe we can say she could have defended that delivery, but the way she was playing, she felt that she was there running it down. Not the case. It was just a beautiful delivery. I'm telling you, Pendulo, we have a bright future. Tuto Tibet, beautiful, beautiful bowling. And give her a better pitch. As I was just making the point, that give her a better pitch, something more bowler friendly, and she's going to create chaos.
That was, I have to say, as a batter, there's very little you can do about that. It was as close to perfect as you can get from Tutosibedi. It was genuinely beautiful. You playing for the ball, she played for the correct line. It's that drift right at the end that just did her. I am so amazed at how good that ball was. 119 for 3 though, currently bringing Kelsey Adams in at number 5 for the Western Province. She's on strike. She's already gotten a single off her first ball.
And it was a very confident and beautifully placed long on single for Adams. And that's the end of the 24th over. World Bet Western Province 119 for 3 after 24 overs.
Still, that big wicket is going to be so key. And this is very smart from Western Province. Bring in one of your strike bowlers right now and try to get another one. Katlego Tlhodi, she bowled very well earlier on this morning. It was Ntabiseng Nini who just struggled with the correct length. She was a bit too full for her first 3 overs, and Laura Godal was able to punish her. And so she returns. She still has 7 overs to go, the 20-year-old. She'll be bowling to Faith Honeycliffe.
Nini would be hoping that she gets another wicket. Oh, that was bowled full, and Faye punches it down to long on for a single.
Ever so slightly fuller, but still a much better delivery than the ones previously. A half volley doesn't get hit into the air. It's on the ground from the bat to the boundary. At least if you get it at a good length, there's still time for the ball to go aerial and you can get a chance. We saw with that first ball from Faith Honeycliffe, it went aerial and then it pitched. A little bit too full still from Nini. You just have to pull that length a little bit back.
That's what we've been saying from the start. And when she does pull the length back, the batsman had to play at it much more respectfully. Given the pitch, it's so much easier to time this ball through that cover and long off region. Again, slightly fuller, and Adams plays it straight for a single.
If you just go visit Ntabiseng Nini's list of innings that she's played, she's a perennial wicket taker. She takes wickets, this girl. In the last 10 innings she's played, she's only failed to take a wicket twice. Imagine 50 over cricket and T20 cricket, you only failed to take a wicket twice out of 10 times. That's an 80% strike rate of getting wickets. And even in those 10 innings, it's not just a wicket per match. 14 wickets in the past 10 innings that she's played. From the Under-19 T20 World Cup, from the end of last season to the start of this season, she really does good work.
She does. When you see her bowl, you feel assured. Her action is so smooth. She just feels like she has things worked out. She feels so smooth. As a bowler, someone like Kagiso Rabada, when he runs in and he bowls, you just feel that everything is working like a smooth machine. And that's what you get with Nini as well, that every time you see her, she bowls with such calmness, such smoothness. And I have no doubt that we will have something for her in this game as well.
Just struggled with her run-up earlier on this morning. She failed to complete her run-up twice. Maybe a rhythmical problem that caused some of the runs she went through. That's something she needs to fix. Tsotosibere, though, hasn't had such issues. Bowling it well. The wicket to get Dalmarie Taka was out of this world. But it's well earned because she's been bowling brilliantly throughout.
And as we say that, she just goes slightly too wide off stump, and umpire Angus says that's a wide. And we can see the confidence in her. They've brought the field in for her.
Might be a chance, not really. It's pretty harsh to call that a chance. But the fact that it got the top edge, a very tentative shot from Kelsey Adams, it's just going to be 2 runs. And the truth is, not many women leg spinners are going around, especially in South Africa. You're looking even at the Proteas setup, it's just an Elise. Then she's an all-rounder. So it's a very cherished skill. And if you are able to if you are able to harness it in a field where there's so much potential for it and a need for it, Tibede must lock in and really ensure that she works on her craft, just like Nonkululeko Mlaba did for over the years. She needs to put in that work now. She'll have far more chances of playing cricket here at the Dragons than she did at the Lions. So she must take this opportunity of playing Division 1 cricket with the side that's still looking to place their feet in Division 1 cricket.
And so far she's done just that. Bowled brilliantly. We can't stress enough. As we say that, she bowls yet another wide.
Slick spin, it happens.
Even the great Shane Warne used to do that. As we said, finger spinner, leg spinner. It's an art. It's very hard to control. And if you do have that control, you will definitely get wickets. You will be among the wickets. But also, it's a trade that leaks runs as well, since that control is so important. A lot of the time they get short pitch deliveries trying to get extra grip and at times that down the wicket as well. But so far, so good. And let's not forget Faye Tunnicliffe. She's been batting brilliantly. She's 33 of 43 balls and she's quietly going on about her business like the top three as well. What you mentioned earlier on, that there seems to be partnership brewing every time Western Province has lost a wicket. Next batter has come in and they have been batting and forming partnerships. And that's what's happening between Adams and Faye Tunnicliffe as well. It is early on, but given the pitch is so flat, they've realized that and they are, but at the same time, they've put their head down and they are making those runs.
It's good hitting. It's good running. Moving it steady now. Partnership worth 15 runs. We've kept on talking about the correct lengths. Maybe now against Kelsey Adams, a brand new player, maybe those lengths will actually work and attack the stumps. And that's when she decides to pull it at the back of a length here in Thabiseng. But I love the chatter from the Northwest Dragons. They haven't kept quiet, and sometimes it's moments like these where you keep on talking that make the pitch and the crease a little bit claustrophobic for the batters. Then it's a quick run. Sarah Barber will keep it at a single. She can also deliver a couple, Sarah Barber.
Yes, the way the bowlers have been bowling, we haven't seen Sarah Barber as yet, but I'm sure we'll see her sometime coming in. She can definitely deliver. That's well fielded by Sarah Barber, the player we were talking about, giving it her all. And Nini, the first three deliveries, she was back of the length. Now this delivery, she goes fuller, and it's much more confidence when the ball is pitched full.
You know, I feel like there's just a miscalculation here from Nini. The ball is much fuller for Faye Tunnicliffe, which is easier for her to deal with. The ball is slightly shorter for Adams, which she seems easier to deal with. And I feel like it should be at the reverse. It should be Tunnicliffe who's receiving the balls that are at the back of a length, who thinks she can hit them and it will create opportunity. And it should be Adams who has her feet tested with a fuller delivery when she's brand new. And so maybe let's see if Nini will be able to make that recalculation. But for now, Tutu Tibede is doing excellently. Scores 134 for 3 after 27 rather. And it's up in the air. A very clean hit. A beautiful hit from Faye Tunnicliffe. Over the top for 6 whole runs.
That's the first maximum of the day, and it comes off the bat of Faye Tunnicliffe. Beautifully flighted delivery. Faye was up to the task, and she puts it over long off's head for the first maximum of the day. Good cricket all around.
And she hit one earlier on. Was a once bounce 4. There's Rita Villiers with a stop. She did hit one for a 4, and this time converting it for a 6. But it shouldn't be a sad situation from TBAD because she does have that long off there for that particular shot.
As you said early on, it's that small little tweaks in Pendulo in the field that changes from a run to a run out, from a missed opportunity to a catch. As we say there, Tuto's bowled a wide. The long off fielder for Tuto, if you notice this past 2 overs, has been standing halfway. So she's neither on the boundary nor is she in the field. She's in no man's land. It seems like they were hoping that it's a half hit and she gets the chance. I would rather see her much more on the boundary. Yet again we see she's not exactly on the boundary.
And it's an It's the end of the over. 144 for 3.
So over number 29 coming up, it's Nini continuing. This is her 6th over. So it seems like she bowled a couple of overs up front and she's coming in the middle and she'll probably come at the end to finish the innings off as well. That is down the leg and it's been called a wide by umpire Adele Lowe. The score moves on to 145 for 3.
Just trying to think how they looking to get this wicket here from Thabiseng Nini. There goes those full lengths again. It's easily driven. And if they're that full, that's what we said a couple of overs earlier, that if it's a half volley, it's so much more easier for the ball to be hit on the ground, straight from the bat. The wicket that got Lara Goodall was a good length delivery, almost at the back of a length, really. Just a little bit better, but slightly shorter. Maybe the ball we want to see from Tunnicliffe is the ball we're going to see right now that she's going to bowl.
Yes, and we would feel that the experienced campaigners within the side would talk to her and make her explain that point, that stay slightly, good length, pull the length back slightly. And that's what happens. She pulls it slightly back. Adams tries to play down long on and the ball stays just slightly in the air. It wasn't a chance, but you are creating a different mindset from the batter now. And I would really look for Sarah Barber.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful batting. This is not good bowling from Thabiseng Nini, and it's rightfully punished. Tunnicliffe takes the score to 151, and it's a good total to reach under 30 overs for Western Province.
She also brings her score to 48 of 52 deliveries. It was a beautiful cover drive, cutting the mid-off and cover fielder in half.
Wonderful shot. That is beautiful from Faye Tunnicliffe. And after 111 last week, she backs a 50 in this Pro 50 contest.
And that was a better shot from the previous 4 as well. Again, Nini too full, and she shows perfect straight bet, timed it to perfection on the right of that middle fielder who had no chance. It's a beautiful 4 to bring up her.
Good, great batting from Faye Tunnicliffe. 157 for 3.
Western Province will be fairly happy with that score at this stage of the innings. 157 for 3 after 29 overs. They would take that, even though they've seen Lara, Godal, CEO, as well as Tucker back in the pavilion. They still have Faye Tunnicliffe out there, and Kelsey Adams, who did not play the last game, who's come in and batting beautiful at this stage. 11 of 17 deliveries.
Katlego Setlhori. Change of bowler comes in now from the university end. She's been a bit more economical, a bit more in control, and has gotten the wicket of Laura Goodall. She was bowling the correct lengths earlier on, which is how she got that wicket. But she's coming from a different end now and bowling to a different batter. Setlhori to Tunnicliffe. Ball is swinging away from the right hander, from the hand to Totibedi now. She's positioned at the long off.
She's bowled much better length. That is Katlego compared to her captain Nini, who's been a bit touched too full. As we said, that she got Lara Godal out with a delivery that was good length and made her play at it. Different thinking.
This is it. It's just that she's more round-armed slightly, so the ball is going to be flatter and more skittish. And that's maybe why she's able to produce that movement away from the right-hander. But those are the correct lengths. Just look at the flow of the bat. It's not as free as when the ball is right up there as a half volley. You're a bit more constrained with how she's bowling.
As we see the 12th man who was too close to a long off fielder, and Faye Tunnicliffe says, "Excuse me, can we have that fielder slightly out?" And that's where she plays. Too long off for a single.
See, they have a superb platform here. 300 is definitely in the cards for Western Province. Feel like if they don't get at least 270, 280, they'll feel like they have left runs on the board. But 300 from here is definitely a possibility. And what you have to do in order to get there is realize the threatening bowlers and realize the good deliveries. Setlhori has bowled a couple of good balls, but all of them are going for ones. You are respecting the bowling, but you are also milking it. So in these overs, for the next 5-6 overs, you just control it for a little bit and you ensure that you keep that wickets tally to 3.
And that's what they've done so well up until this point, that they have milked the bowling. They haven't just got carried away by looking at the pitch and waiting and scoring those 4s. They've constantly gotten singles, like right now, played it down to long on for a single. Adams, who's come in. The pitch is there, the pitch is flat, it's beautiful to bat on, but at the same time, you got to keep on taking those singles, and that's what they've done so nicely.
Does look like a healthy track. When we were here Last time I commentated, it was the New Zealand A and South Africa A series, and they played this 4-day game. 600 runs were scored by New Zealand, seeing 200 from Reece Mariu, 100 from Dale Phillips. It was just a run festival, and maybe that's what we are getting here. After 30 overs, 162. Excellent from Faye Tunnicliffe. She's on 56.
It's just good batting all around on a good batting surface by the Western Province. We have change in bowling right now, and it is Sarah Barber, who we said can roll her arm. She is a good bowler. We see her coming in. Nini wasn't doing it this past spell, so they've decided to change it up, and it is Sarah Barber who's going to start the 31st over. First delivery is very full, and it's been put away by Faye Tunnicliffe down to deep mid-wicket, and the score moves on to 166 for 3 for Western Province women, and Faye Tunnicliffe herself moves on to 60.
It's a very good hit. Not really a good ball from Sarah Barber to start off. A floaty full toss straight at the stumps. Not to a player who's been there for 57 deliveries.
Much better, shorter delivery. They run in for a single. There was a bit of confusion. And it's an overthrow. They get a second run. Northwest will not be happy with that additional run gifted to Western Province, and that brings the partnership to 51 runs between Faye Tunnicliffe and Kelsey Adams.
It's very well done here between these two. Especially Faye Tunnicliffe, who's just taken the lead, and they've been doing this really well over the course of the innings. Whenever a wicket falls, the next batter who's been set just walks into the role so easily. And it's a really good hit. She's really walked in to the role of leading this innings. She's pulled Barbs away for 4.
That was a short pitch delivery, really short. It's set up in the pitch, and Faye Tunnicliffe says thank you very much. She puts it away to deep cow corner for yet another boundary. It seems, Pendulo, that the wheels are coming off for the Northwest Dragons. It might be because they're not getting the wickets that they would like, and Western Province are just running away with it. That's how you feel. It is, we can say, halfway in this innings, just over.
Thing is, definitely now there hasn't been any hint that a wicket might fall between Tunnicliffe and Adams. They've really given nothing away. That after Delmarie Tucker's wicket, it's just been so tight from both Kelsey Adams and Faye Tunnicliffe. There's barely any oohs and ahs. That's basically the first ooh kind of sort of in this partnership. And it's good that Sarah Barber has finally just found somewhat of an area these last 2 deliveries.
Yes, as you say that there was that oohs and ahs. It was a much better delivery by Sarah Barber. Last ball of the over coming up. Shorter delivery, played back to mid-off, no runs. And that's the end of the 31st over. The Western Province women are 172 for 3.
It's very nicely done here from Adams also. She's just laid into the shadows. And I think sometimes this is what batters sometimes get wrong. You are seeing it's a flat wicket, you're seeing that it should be easy to get my runs here, but you walk into a very set batter, and rather than rotating the strike and getting the set batter onto play, you feel like you should be the hero as well and joining in the punishment. And so this is commendable from Kelsey Adams, because all she's done is stay in her place, understand that I need to give Faith Tunnicliffe the strike. That's what she's done.
They've done it really well throughout the innings, all the batters that has come in. And we see Alyssa coming back into the attack for her off spinners, and the first ball is run down to long on for a single by Kelsey Adams.
I think they did reside to the fact that we are not going to give boundaries down the V, and we're going to keep our long on and we're going to keep our long off. And to be fair to the bowling, in as much as I've been crying to having a square leg so you can be more attacking, spinners have been fairly disciplined until they bowl with and then they get punished. Oh, beautiful stop from Deirdre van Rensburg. Very good fielding. Can Kelsey Adams make it home? She does. That's 3 runs.
That was a bad ball, short and wide outside of stump. Faith Tunnicliffe cuts it really well. A good run chase by Deirdre, and a good throw. Excellent running between the wickets to get 3 runs of that shot. Short pitch delivery, played straight back to Alyssa. Interesting to see that Northwest Ladies has brought the fielder in, and Adams goes for a huge heave down to mid-wicket boundary, and they run 2 runs.
I think you used the right word there. Heave. She really dragged that one outside of the off stump to send it onto the leg stump. But you saw with the drive from Faith Tunnicliffe earlier, when you just play and help the ball with the spin, it's a little bit easier to get a result.
And what we've seen as well is changing feel for the 2 different batsmen, and that's good to see. That's what we want to see, because as soon as Faith Tunnicliffe comes into face, then the long off and long mid off and mid on falls down to long off and long on. There's a change in feel. They're stopping her the playing shots where she likes to play and get major of runs. That's outside off, and that's called a wide by the umpire, and the score moves on to 180 for 3 after 31.5 overs. That's much better flighted delivery by Alyssa, played down to long off. Good over for the Western Province Ladies. They get 9 of this over. And that concludes the 32nd over. Score moves on to 181 for 3. Faith Tunnicliffe moves on to 70 of 65.
Just here contemplating, and I'm thinking about this entire spell from Alyssa Exleben. Got the wicket of Oluhlesiyo, probably the worst ball she's bowled in this spell. but she's been finding very hard to bowl in the same area over and over again, and so in her over of 6 balls, you most likely are going to get a wide. You are going to get one ball that can be hit for a boundary, and that already extends the over to 7 balls. And then you're going to get nicked away for these 1s and 2s, and this is why she's bowled only 1 great over. But all the rest just go for 4, 6, 7. And that's why right now she's going at just under 6 runs to the over.
As we said, that she's bowled all over the pitch. There hasn't been. There was just that one over that she was consistently there, off-stump mark, good length, and that over as well, she gave 1 away. But other than that, she's been all over. And when you bowl like that on this pitch, it's so much difficult for your captain to set a field for you. There is a shout by Sarah Barber, and the umpire is having none of it.
She's fixed it up here, Sarah Barber. Her last 3 deliveries in her previous overs, these first 2, ball just nipping into the right-hander, would be drifting down the leg side. But it's good that she's getting some sort of movement from the surface here, Sarah Barber. She's really fixed it up. This is nice. This is very good from her.
This is much better by her. This is much better for the Northwest Dragons because the shoulders are dropping. So they want to see something happening. At the same time, Faye Tunnicliffe, we see she's batting beautifully on 70. This was the first time she was beaten in overs. The shout of LBW. And again, she keeps it at good length. And Faye Tunnicliffe at this point in time runs it beautiful to a long on boundary for a single. Good cricket all around.
And there comes a point, Zube, where you have to ask yourself, what's more important right now? Do I need to get wickets or do I need to prevent some runs? Earlier on, I feel like getting wickets was more important, but they set very defensive fields, and now it's time for those fields, and they're using them. Just defend, keep that to 1. You don't mind losing 3 runs to the over at this point, heading into the last 10. This is where you want to control that run rate so the batting sides feel under pressure to score unnecessarily going into that last final power play.
They keep on moving the field around for different batters, and that's good to see. And they get yet another single. With that, it's the end of the 33rd over, and Western Province women are 184 for 3, with Faye Tunnicliffe sitting on 72 of 70, and Kelsey Adams is on 18 of 25.
The one thing I really do appreciate about women's game, I must say, is the over rate. The overs are almost always bang on time. Around over number 33, 32 is when you'd expect a drinks break for the men's, but it's all based on time. It's not really based on the amount of overs. We still have 6 minutes until the drinks break, and if you're looking at it here, you still have 2 overs. You can get 2 overs. So I love how paced the game is for the women's.
It really is, because at 12 o'clock, Northwest Dragons ladies had bowled 32 overs, and you're supposed to bowl 16 overs to and over. How spot on is that? That after 2 hours, they had bowled 32 overs, and take into account they had a drinks as well. So, spot on. Great bowling. And slightly fuller. It's been put away. 1 bounce 4 by Faye Tunnicliffe. The ball was there to be hit, and she puts it away beautifully. We keep on saying, Pendulo, that Alyssa has been all over. She bowls it in the slot. Faye, who's been batting there on 72, was batting on 72, has no problem tucking that away over a mid-wicket boundary. Much better ball. Pull the length back outside off stump. Faye Tunnicliffe wanted to run it too longer for a single, and well fielded by Alyssa.
Well, I guess it's happening again here in the construction of this over, Zubair. First ball, a little bit loose, easily hits from Faye Tunnicliffe. Well, it's easy if you've been there for 72 balls. And then the next two are much more well controlled from Alyssa. Now we need to see that control continuing with Kelsey Adams, who's just been nipping away at this bowling.
Again, short and wide, lucky not to be put away. And especially when you bring in your fielders for the batter, you got to be so consistent and work with the field. But you bring the fielders in and bowl a short and wide delivery.
See, now they wouldn't mind giving a single away. Push your fielders out. Try to get Kelsey in strike for the beginning of the next over against Sarah Barber. That's exactly what she signals here, Alyssa. She pushes the long on down. It's going to be straight on the stumps, hopefully. Not attacking enough. The ball just floats and lands in that no man's land. Lucky not to get out there, Kelsey Adams.
Yes, there were a bit of oohs and ahs, and it felt, Katlego felt that it was just short. Could she have made slightly a better effort on that? I don't think so. It was short of her. But when you're not getting wicket, when the partnership is sitting on 72, you want those small chances to go your way. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case at this point in time.
Also doesn't help, Zubair, that the wind was not blowing in her favor at that particular point in time. It was pushing against the ball, just keeping it from reaching her. It's not really an opportunity, but lady who has created waves of opportunity, Janae Winster. She changes ends though, coming from the JB Marks end now. Maybe this is what they need, that experience to try and get Faye Tunnicliffe.
First ball, she gets an edge, misfield on short third man, and they get a single. Winster has bowled beautifully. The first 7 overs, she gave absolutely nothing. Very few bad balls. We can count on our fingers. There were 3 that were bad. Other than that, she's bowled beautifully today for her first spell of 7 overs. They'll be hoping she bowls the next 3 the same way and be able to pick up a wicket to 2, which Northwest Dragons need so badly.
Thing is, here also, you still have the likes of Leah Jones who can come in and bat. You still have Kayla Reinecker who can come in and bat, the under-19 women's captain for Proteas. So you still have a plethora of talent down for the Western Province going into those last 10 overs. So it's dangerous territory for Northwest here.
So what's happening is now Janae Winster is bowling those good lands we've been saying, and we have been seeing her bowl in her first spell as well. And Kelsey Adams keeps on going back, trying to play through cover or mid-off region instead of waiting and cutting and getting a single and getting Faye Tunnicliffe. But what Janae Winster has done really well is using the dip and getting flatter and good land.
You know what I would want going into this last ball? Because she's trying to open up the ball to that leg side, I wouldn't mind if Janae just darts it in, flies it in there, just catch the batter slipping off her feet. She has one more ball in this over, which has been an incredible effort.
After many overs, we see this over only conceded 1 run. a welcome win for Northwest Dragons. They would have liked a wicket, but this suits them. In the 35th over, if they're only conceding 1 run, it's a small win, but a win nonetheless. It will play on Kelsey Adams' mind that she needs to get runs away. She's only got 18 of 33. So, what is the message from the dugout? If you, the management, do you tell her carry on batting and be there with Faye Tunnicliffe, how we seen CEO was for the opening pair? Or do they tell her, no, you need to move on?
Big! That's very big. That's massive from Faye Tunnicliffe. She gets into the 80s. I guess the message is clear. Let's go.
Our message has been clear for Faye Tunnicliffe. As soon as she walked in, she has been going. And yet again, we see Alyssa presenting her in the slot, It was a nothing delivery. And Faye Tunnicliffe says, thank you very much. I'll have a bit of that. And she puts it straight, dead straight for a massive 6.
Goes big again to Dotibedi. That time she genuinely had no chance to get a catch. But again, that's a little bit shorter now from Alyssa trying to overcompensate. And Faye Tunnicliffe is just having a ball with her. And even in the previous over, the first ball was 4 runs. And then whatever happened afterwards was just a bonus. So even here, whatever happens is a bonus.
That's a dot delivery, a welcome dot delivery. And we need to keep an eye on Kelsey Adams, how she goes about her innings. It seems like she's consistently taking those singles. Well fielded at mid-on, diving and saving a certain second there. Kelsey Adams would be happy that she could rotate the strike. She's been struggling to do that this past couple of overs. And we've seen something different. Alyssa is going around the wicket this last couple of deliveries. Oh, that's just beautifully placed by Faye Tunnicliffe. Coming around the wicket, bowling outside of 5th stump, and she goes on one knee. Beautifully played over covers for 4.
Stylishly bringing up the 200 for Western Province. Alyssa looking to not allow the ball to be on the leg side because there's no one behind square. So she goes way too wide. We've seen 3 shots like that already from Tunnicliffe. Just looking so good, so confident, Zubair. Where do you bowl? That's the end of over number 36. 203 for 3.
Yes, as a bowler, it creates a bit of a problem as well. Where do you bowl? With that, we have our second drinks.
It's been good. It's been very good from Faye Tunnicliffe and Kelsey Adams. I love the way Kelsey Adams has been approaching this, and it will be a well-deserved drinks. It was the drinks break that changed the fortunes for Northwest, or rather for Western Province, because after that drinks breaks, it was Delmarie Tucker and Faye Tunnicliffe who took it on. And then after Delmarie was dismissed, it has been Kelsey Adams who's been in the shadow of Faye Tunnicliffe. She's 10 runs away from yet another century in the Pro Series. She did it last time in the 20 overs. Can she do it in the 50 overs? We'll be back in a couple of minutes. It's drinks. Western Province, 203 for 3. 203 for 3. Janae Winster has the ball, but Faye Tunnicliffe has all the noise. 90 from 79. It's been quite a treat to watch, isn't it?
It really has been good contest in terms of bowling the right areas and putting away the bad balls. Western Province are winning it at this stage in terms of the battle between the ball and the bat. Not when it comes to Janae Winster. She's been bowling brilliantly. She's making the ball do the talking.
She truly has been the difference maker for Northwest. But the issue here now, Zupe, is that she only has 10 more balls remaining in her spell. Make that 9 more balls. And so, where do Northwest find the overs? Where do Northwest keep clamping those runs down when she's down with her spell? That's going to be another problem.
Yes, because apart from her, no one has been consistently good with line and length. Yes, we understand the pitch is fairly flat, but they have been so inconsistent. As we say that Kelsey Adams comes out of a crease and goes over long off. There was a slight chance for the middle fielder, just over. And they get 2 runs off that delivery.
Good hit from Kelsey. Change of intent also now. Why is she going big? She never did that. But they have so many wickets in hand and so much time in the game. She can play around with the wickets, and this is the importance of a good platform being established by your top order. Is that now you can play around with a little bit less risk. They have 13 more overs in the innings to go. It's 206 for 3.
It seems like she has been given the freedom during the drinks break, told that, look, you can open up a bit more. We do have wickets on hand. I'm sure Faye Tunnicliffe would be waiting to finish, to get to her century and then take the game away from Northwest Dragons as well. This is Alyssa carrying on.
I think it will be very important. Oi, this is going to be a problem. They're going to get a second run. A little bit of a fumble down at the bottom between Satlodi and Tiberi. But getting to this 100 for Faye Tunnicliffe is going to be such a big statement for her.
Just didn't happen for her in that over and very eventful over.
She ends her spell with the wicket of CEO, 1 for 66. But here's Janae Winster. She bowls to Faye Tunnicliffe. She almost... She spooned it definitely to Tiberi. It should have been her dismissed on 97. She has chance number 2. And understandably more tentative against the cleaner Winster.
She's showing respect. She's playing it back and tentative at the same time as well.
Well, if she didn't get dropped, I think she'd be playing this over a little bit more differently.
Yes, definitely. If it wasn't for the drop, it would have been different.
What? Are you nervous for her, Zupe? There's no need for you to be nervous. She hits it down the ground. She's just going to keep it to 1, though. Kelsey was ready for run number 2.
So what has happened is when she came in, she herself, there were, as we said, few balls hit in the air and she wasn't that grounded, that confident. And then you fast forward those 70, 80 runs where she was so confident. Everything was going smooth for her. Come to 97, all of a sudden now it's no more smooth, and that's what it is. Does she get to her century, or does she fall to her how she started?
Well, Janae Winster bowls a fantastic spell of spin bowling. She should have gotten 2 wickets, but it ends at none for her. But the most important thing is that impressive economy. Only 35 runs in her 10 overs. It's 216 for 3 after 39.
It has been impressive. You can see the contrast between the two offies, between Janae Winster and Alyssa. Winster went for 35 runs, whereas Winster conceded 66 runs. That's a difference of 30 runs in those 10 overs. Huge difference. You would have liked Alyssa to be somewhere between 40, 45 and reduce those runs. At this point in time, 216 for 3 after 39 overs. Pendulo, if you are sitting in Western Province dugout, what is the realistic score you'd be going for?
There's 2 options. If Faye Tunnicliffe is there, and if Faye Tunnicliffe is not there. If she's there, that 300 should be a mark that I believe they're looking forward to. But let's see if she even makes it to 100. A little bit wide from Sarah Barber. She's changed ends, Barber. She bowled from the JB Marks end, now University end. She had good consistency at the back end of her previous spell.
Yeah, this particular delivery, she was short and wide. Faye Tunnicliffe saw the wide delivery, chased it, and just missed it as well. As I said, she's not earth anymore. She's just tentative.
And it's in these moments where all your shots just find fielders. Against Winster, almost every ball was finding a fielder, and it's so the case here. Just pulls more nerves, doesn't it?
It truly are nerves now. Can Sarah Barber take advantage of those nerves?
Pulls away! After the nerves, she brushes them off. Faye Tunnicliffe, back-to-back centuries in the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
It's been an excellent century. One chance coming late on, but apart from that, we've seen master stroke plays. We've seen running between the wickets. We've seen good communication with the partners, and also just ticking away from the word go. When she walked in, ticked away till this point. And it's been an excellent century for her, for Western Province.
If you play shots like those, how can you not? One of those big booming drives actually went for 6 runs from Faye Tunnicliffe. That's what got her into her 80s. And look where she is now, into her hundreds. A beautiful century from Faye Tunnicliffe, definitely in golden touch. She's almost bolted on 97, but who looks back at that when the future looks so bright? It's not nice from Kelsey to receive. Good fights here from Sarah Barber. You would think she conceded a boundary. Just a century.
It's been a good over so far by Sarah Barber. Bar that wide, she's been consistently good length, bowling it into the batters. So she's bowled well this over. And for Northwest Dragons, they would be hoping she continues to bowl like that for the next few overs.
She's got good energy through the crease as well, Sarah Barber. If it's anything for the past 2 seasons, it's just been injuries that have been wrecking her. From her time leaving inland, coming to Johannesburg, she was in injury. And she was injured for a while in the Lions, and that's why she didn't get much game time. She's getting back into good physique. It's a little bit straight, might be drifting down the leg side, but this just shows the control that she's regained in the over. It only goes for 2 after the wide, and this was the call.
going down. Good call by umpire Angus House. Good over nonetheless by Sarah Baba. It's so important for the players. It's one thing playing the game, it's another thing playing with confidence. When you are going through injury, you're just not the same player. You are just there. Whereas when you don't carry that injury, you feel good, you feel confident bowling into, and that's what we are seeing from Sarah Baba, that she's confident running in, hitting those lengths. Good to see. We have change in bowling after that spell, and it's Katlego coming in to bowl. Over number 41, last 10 overs to go.
Big hit. Will it be a big catch? Oh, that was not easy. That was not easy. Might she have injured herself as well? It's a great effort, though, in the deep.
It really was. She made good ground of it, and then when she got to the ball, it just felt a bit low, and she drops it. Good effort. But having made that ground, she should have taken, and a player of her experience, that should have been a wicket.
Bang! Straight into the hands, through the hands, over the boundary. 6 runs for Faith Honeycliffe.
These drop catches are not helping the Northwest Dragons at all. 2 in 2 of this over already, especially a batter who's batting on 100. You want to take her catches.
It's just... Second one definitely should have been a catch. The first for Janae Winster was a bit hard because she needed to cover a lot of ground. She made that ground through a dive. There, it was straight back over the head of Deirdre van Rensburg, but through the hands. Such was the power, I suppose, from Faith Honeycliffe. Kelsey Adams, though, still doing Kelsey Adams.
And for Kelsey Adams now, the job becomes so much easier, where she needs to give Faye the strike, and Faye has the confidence as well as backing and runs to go and smash it all over. And it seems like that's what she's decided to do from this over.
I feel like once you get to 100, you have leeway to do whatever you want with your innings that isn't reckless to cause your wicket.
It's not just the runs, it's your total score on board as a team as well. And having lost only 3 wickets, it gives you that freedom to go extra attacking as well, that you are not scared that what's going to happen if I lose my wicket. And especially as you've mentioned, that they still have likes of Leah Jones, Kyla Raneke to come and bat still. She has that freedom in this innings to go.
Kelsey Adams, she's trying to add some emphasis on trying. But it's the trying that counts, because it still keeps the score ticking. 230 for 3 with 9 overs to go. Pretty expensive from Katlego Setlodi. 11 runs from it.
To be honest, it's not her fault. If that catch had been taken, it wouldn't have been a 6, and she missed out on presumably 2 wickets in that over, and ends up giving 11 runs. Northwest Dragons management team would be hoping for better fielding come this last 9 overs, catches being taken, run-outs, where it matters the most. 9 overs, they need to undo what they've done.
The women don't reach the World Cup final if they don't take their catches, do they? And South Africa lost their first test match against Pakistan because of the dropped catches. And one of the most famous adages in cricket is catches win matches. And we've seen 3 dropped catches and an opportunity that could have been taken earlier on too. So coming up into a newer division and into a stronger division too. These are the intangibles that separate the team that's at the top and the team that is fighting for relegation into the next season.
Having lost the previous game, Northwest Dragons will be hoping for better performance. It's not just about the result, it's about performance as well. Overall performance from batting, bowling and fielding. And it seems like the bowling and fielding part, they are failing at this point in time. As we see, Kelsey Adams plays it around her legs for 2 runs past the square leg. She moves on to 30 of 49. The score moves on to 234 for 3 after 41.3 overs.
Good hit over the top. Charging down the track. Doesn't matter that Sarah Barber is hitting it back off a length. You just heard how heavy it was on the bats of Kelsey Adams.
Yeah, unless Sarah Barber bowls it down on the leg side, this length is the perfect length to carry on bowling. We've seen even Faye, who's played 2 balls in this over, hasn't been able to put away or couldn't try and hit a power shot because of that hard length that Sarah Barber's bowling.
Oh, I was just thinking in my head, she can't afford to be too short. There's no one down there. The line is so marginal between back of a length and too short. Gets it wrong that time, Sarah Barber. Tunnicliffe doesn't. 239 for 3.
And that's what it is. It's not the length, it's the line. Slightly too much towards leg side, and Faye says, thank you very much, I'm going to put that away easily. And a batter who's been around Faye's 98 deliveries is not going to miss out on that one.
All the boundary riders in front of the square. Long on, long off. Here's long off now in your picture to pick up the ball. Then you have the long off, and then you're going to have your deep cover and your deep mid wickets. So all of the boundary riders all in front of square. What you are expecting from the bowler there is a slightly fuller length just outside the stumps or just in line of the stumps, so that the batter can only hit it in the V. The moment you bowl it a little bit too straight on the legs, or you bowl it a little bit too short, you are easily being pulled away or being glanced away on that unprotected leg side. So the discipline is so important here for a bowler. Sarah Barber just losing it on that boundary. It's 240 for 3. 8 overs to go.
Katlejo to continue.
That's good. When it works for you, it just works for you. Well placed. And good fielding in the deep from Janae Winster. It's going to be 2.
That was a good York delivery as well. But Faye, being on 113 at that point in time, easily put away. That same delivery to Kelsey Adams might have had a different result. But well bowled.
Hey, Big Keeve! Not hitting the stumps. They're going to come back for run number 2. See the signal from umpire low. She claims it's going to be hitting the stumps. She's going to be missing the stumps. Leg byes.
Very difficult for us to comment on that. We are behind, but seems like where Katlejo is coming from might be missing. Very difficult to call and say yes. And most of the time, umpires, they need to be sure it will be hitting the stump.
Well, Faith Tunnicliffe made sure that hit the middle of the bat. That looks like 6 runs even in the big field of JB Marks. She's going for it now. 250 runs up.
The ball was there to be hit, and hit it she. as you say, even for a man's boundary, it would have been out of here. Massive six there. Massive six there. We're looking for the ball as it rolls outside.
This is very interesting. The Proteas will have, like I've been trying to make this point, they're going to have to go through a transitional change after this World Cup or in a couple of years, because the players, this unit, the core unit, has been around for a very long time. You can't expect a Marizan Kapp, a Sene Lees, Annika Bosch to be there forever. And so those are the positions that Faye Tunnicliffe and Nicole de Klerk, even a Lara Goodall, she's still 29 years old. So even those players can still knock themselves back into the side, alongside the whole host of under-19s who are still knocking in. Gemma Buertha, Kayla Reinaker, and even the bowlers, Mona Lisa Lachodi, Tabiseng Nini. Such a great pool of talent that the Proteas can be able to choose from once they change. They're going to run hard, come back for 2.
You're right. There is that transition period. Usually, with transition period, we have seen Australia go through it. We have seen our Proteas men go through it as well. And you could have a period where you are lost. You don't, where's your next batter or bowler is coming from? Who can replace the current crop? And as you said it, lucky for us, we have those pool of players where we can choose. One such position I can think of is Sanola Jafta, our wicket keeper. We have in line Maso, who is at the World Cup, who's only played a couple of games the whole of World Cup. And we know in her we have someone who is right there to take that position. And we are lucky to have that. And the good thing that CSA has done and the selectors have done is kept these players around and with the team, that once this crop of players are moved away, the next one steps in and it's not a strange position for them. They don't feel out of place. They are there doing the business. That's amazing. That is good cricket.
It's good bowling from Sarah Barber, met with better batting from Kelsey Adams. The mantra is simple from Barber: you miss, I hit. But then if you hit, maybe I'll go for runs.
It's that field placing again, what you spoke of, that you know that the player, she's conceded a couple of boundaries down on the square leg boundary, but you have no player. And as we say, they move the player down to square leg boundary, they bring in long off to mid off.
It's a much better fielding change. All of a sudden the gap is gone. This is the first time they've actually implemented a square leg in the whole innings. They've been very dependent on a squarish fine leg or a deep mid wicket or a conventional mid wicket. And now you really need to keep the runs and control it. Barber has to bowl for the stumps, and you have to defend the shots that come from that type of bowling. And that's the type of shot you're going to get. Shot into the leg side. But you much rather this than 4 runs. And it's good batting though from Faye Tunnicliffe. Must say, Kelsey Adams kind of deserves a half century here, Zubair. 39 runs, just 11 away.
She has been a bit slow. Her strike rate has been low, but she's given her partner everything to work. When your partner is going great guns in Fate here, you don't mind. You are there. You are just passing the strike back to her and getting her to score those massive runs, and that's what has happened in this partnership of 145. She's come in with 39.
Up into the air. There's no one behind there. Ball might spin friendly. It's a very friendly spin. Mignon to Priya, trying to hunt it down. It's not good enough. Adams moves to 43.
It was a good shot over cover for 4. Lofted shot. It seems like Adams is cramping a bit with the way she was holding her leg.
She's been running a whole lot, Zubair. She's been running up and down, and I love how the Western Province team in the dugouts come cheering every run. Down the track. Mid-wicket is not there. They are down in the deep. So it's going to be 1. Oh, she's not having a good time here, Kelsey Adams. She's feeling it. She's feeling it. But look, listen to the dugout cheering her on. She's working hard. 6 overs to go. 267 for 3.
They're already in an excellent position to go. 267 for 3. 6 overs to go. As you were saying, that with Faye Tunnicliffe over 300, it seems like you were spot on, Pendulo, and that's what's happening here. We go back to Kelsey Adams. Even when in the middle overs, when she had those 2-3 overs that she couldn't get a single out of there, the dugout kept on cheering her on and told her, carry on, don't worry, we heard them saying, carry on batting, and that's the result where she's 44 of 56 now.
Tututibedi is in. She struck once. Jane Winster with the ball down at the deep. She moves to 45 now, Kelsey Adams. It's more than enough time for Faye Tunnicliffe to continue playing the way she's been playing. And also for Kelsey Adams to play the way she's been playing, for her to get to 50. Dare we say, even for Faye Tunnicliffe from here to get to 150.
Yes, the overs are there. Sky's the limit for her at this point in time.
Oh, and what a statement that would be. Kelsey is gonna get run out. She has played an absolute massive innings. Faye Tunnicliffe will run down to congratulate her, but Verenusha ready with the run out.
This past couple of deliveries, you could see she was feeling it, whether it is cramped or whether it is just tiredness. After hitting the shot, going nowhere, she made a very tame effort to get back into her crease, and she was run out. Spot on, amazing innings. In the context of the game, how she gelled with Faye Tunnicliffe, gave her strike and carried on. Good innings comes to an end where she ends on 45 of 57 deliveries.
Deserved cheers. Very deserved cheers down in the dugout, because she played an absolutely monumental role. Only 2 fours in her entire innings. So 37 of her runs were actually ran out there, and they were ran hard because Faye Tunnicliffe is a little bit of an athlete. So 269 for 4. It brings in the former under-19 captain now, Kayla Reinicker.
And for Western Province side, what a sight for them. 269 for 4. The 4th wicket goes down, and you have Kayla Reinicker coming in to bat for those last 5 overs.
She hasn't had the greatest start to the season, Kayla Reinicker, but sometimes you need to come in situations like these where losing your wickets doesn't change the impact of the game. 270, 269 is already a great score. And so she comes in with less pressure. Just give Faye Tunnicliffe the strike. And it's simple enough.
What I'm enjoying, Pendulo, from Tuto is she's still flighting those odd deliveries. The previous delivery where Adams got run out was a flighted delivery. Even though she saw her running down, she still flighted, trusted the flight. And there you go, yet again, you know. So she's giving herself every opportunity for that miss hit, for that running past the ball to get a wicket. It's good to see. It could either work for you or it could work against you.
I think additionally, you see with that one, it was a little bit flatter. It helps with the control, bowling the ball slightly slower. You can control your release, you can control everything. It's just that you don't have pace behind the ball. You see, that one was that slower ball and it landed exactly where she wanted to. So maybe also attribution to the control of the ball is the reason why she bowls a little bit slower. But it works for her. And it's working well. 273 for 4. We have 5 overs remaining in the innings. Where are the Northwest Dragons going to get fake Tunnicliffe's 127? Sometimes it's innings like that separates the two teams.
It's already a massive score, this, and there's still 5 overs to go. We have change in bowling, and it's the captain, Nini, coming in to bowl the 46th over.
Her spell has not been of the standard she normally produces. And so this back end, these last 4 overs, she only has 3 to bowl. She's gonna have to be on the money.
Kayla hits hard to long off. She feels like she's missed out on there. The way she's putting her head down, and she wanted to hit it more lofted. That would have been against the wind. And
this has been an issue. This has been the issue for Nene. This lady called Faye Tunnicliffe. The ball slips through Mignon Dupree, but not past Deirdre van Rensburg. It's going to be 2. And already, even with a good ball, she gets 2 runs from Nene. That's just been the problem, how to deal with Faye Tunnicliffe.
maybe for starters, don't go too full. That's bread and butter for Faith Tunnicliffe, and most of her runs have come from in that region. So don't stop bowling there. And yet again, she goes so full, hit hard down the wicket for a single this time around.
She's in too much of good touch for those deliveries. Yes, this is very much a learning experience on how to deal with a batter hounding down on you, especially when you're the one who's so used to applying the pressure to the batters. See? But you can never go wrong with a Yorker wide outside the off stump. It's just that it's a hard ball to get right.
Yes, because you could very easily bowl a full toss, or very easily, give perfectly into the hitting zone where the batter can just connect straight.
No one down at the third man boundary. Sarah Barber. Ooh, beautiful throw though.
She's an excellent fielder. She is Sarah Barber. From what we've seen so far of Kyla Reineke, is she's trying to hit too hard. From ball one, as you say, she hasn't been in the best of touches. You can see that initially Lara Faye, they timing the ball, whereas Kyla has come in and she's trying to hit hard.
It's pretty hitting. It's very pretty from Faye Tunnicliffe. It's just an exemplary, that's your example. It may look like she was hitting it hard, but it's just the natural flow of the bat through the line of the ball, and the timing takes it that far. But Nene, She has 2 more overs remaining. 279 for 4. That 300 is very much beckoning.
It definitely is. And so is that 154 for Tunnicliffe as well. Just 19 runs to go. 4 more overs. I'm sure that's in her sight as well.
Should have done more than enough to deserve it. Having to deal with Tuto Tiberi. She's been giving the ball a lot of flight and missing it when she tries to give it pace. How will she deal with a set Tunnicliffe? Oh, confusion! It has to go to the bowler's end. Kayla Reinecker, she was stuck in no man's land, but luckily enough, misfield from Tupriya.
Run out was on.
Shoo! That is a bullet hit. That is absolutely bullet from Kayla Reinecker. You did say she's hitting them hard. Goes for 4.
Yes. She sort of times it as well, and that sheer power that Kayla, we know her for that power hitting as well. She gets it straight through the bowler's hand for 4.
I was thinking they were on 219 at over number 40. If they were able to get to that 300, shots like these, 10 runs to the over is a certain possibility. Bullet batting. She hit the ball so hard it forces long on and long off to come a little bit straighter into the square. They were standing wide. Now they're coming a little bit closer.
Kayla left the ball thinking that was a wide. Oh, and this one, she did no such. It was flighted. She went ahead and smashed it past the long on fielder for 1 bounce 4.
Well, Kayla Reinecker is not here to waste any time. Not the worst delivery from Tuto Tiberi, but it required very good shots. We did say that the long on and long off are a little bit straighter now. If they were in their neutral position, probably would have been able to cover that, but it's a showcase of really good batting here from Western Province.
10 runs off that over, Tuto over, and that brings the score to 289 off 47. Last 3 overs to go. And it's Nini to continue. Over number 48 coming up.
Oh, she's going to need to keep this very tidy, because even Kayla Reinecker is into the party. Up into the air. She might get a wicket here. Tuto Tiberi needs to recover her drop, and she does. Play the redemption song. She takes the catch. Thabiseng Nini gets the wicket. And it's 289 for 5.
Kayla Reinecker, who's hit 2 boundaries this previous over, she felt she was in there. The ball was there to be hit. She only manages to toe and sky the ball. The catch needed to be completed still. It was a while in the air. Good catch taken at the end by Tuto. And that brings in the new batter in.
Yandiswa Mangele comes in at number 7. And the most important thing that we saw about that wicket are the lengths from Thabiseng Nini. That's what I wanted to see what she's going to do. Look at where she pitches it. It's on that good, almost back of a length area. she hasn't bowled enough of those balls to Faye Tunnicliffe. And I really think, I've been saying this from her third over really, that this is where she has been missing the mark. Get that ball into that area and you are going to force more mistakes from the batters. But she gets her scalp. And it brings in batter number 7, like we said, Yandiswa Mangele.
Message must have been clear for Yandiswa Mangele to go and try and smash it, get as many as we can. It's got to be runs from both ends now. There is no need to hold back and rotate the strike, so forth.
Only so much can happen with 17 deliveries left. But from those 17, you are expecting 11 to get to 300. Especially when they run this well. Sarah Barber, excellent fielder. No one backing up for Sarah Barber though. And good stop. They're going to get 2.
Nini made it very clear, Sarah Baba, just hold the ball. I don't want the ball in my hand. And they're not running, there is no need to throw. They know Sarah Baba has a power arm.
Apart from a power arm, it's a deadly accurate arm as well from Sarah Baba. It was good to see her bowl. Hopefully she can go strength and get into full shape and physique to bowl her full quota of 10. But for instances, she looked really good, Sarah Baba. Thabiseng Nini is looking good now.
Much fuller sort of block and good ball overall. No runs off that delivery.
It works down for a number 7. There are certain instances where certain deliveries work. And right now, these work. Bullet! It is laser on target from Sarah Barber. What an exceptional fielder. And it's the run out of Yandiswa Mangele.
It's exactly what you said, Mpendulo, early on, that it's not just the bullet arm. It's the dead accurate arm as well. There wasn't a single. They wouldn't have run this previously in this inning, but being last 3 overs, they go for it. They take on Sarah Baba and pay the price. That was a bullet and dead accurate arm. And that brings on the captain, Leah Jones, to the crease.
I thought she was going to come in at number 7. But they did bring Mangele. In comes Leah Jones, one of the all-rounders in the team. I think she was really trying to get Tunnicliffe on strike. There was really no run indeed. And I think there wasn't even a need for that run. There's 2 more balls remaining in the over. So now Tunnicliffe needs to find a single in order to retain strike for the last 2 overs. So Thabiseng Nini, please bowl it a little bit shorter. Don't go too full. She goes full. Good connection from Tunnicliffe. She really struggled against Faye Tunnicliffe. She still has 1 more over remaining though to Thabiseng Nini. Tunnicliffe on 134. She retained strike on 292 for 6.
The past over was good by Nini and for Northwest Dragons as well. They got 2 wickets and only conceded 3 runs off that over. So it was a welcome over by Nini for Northwest Dragons.
That shows a lot of trust in your skill in order for you to get the death overs as a leg spinner. That just shows how much she's been good. Despite the economy saying she's going over 5, the mistakes haven't been because of a lack of consistency or being all over the place. It's just wrong balls at the wrong time or really good batting. Just really good batting. A bit short from Tiberi. She's not going to wait around, Faye Tunnicliffe. 296 for 6.
As you said, that she's bowled better balls most of her spell. Only few that she's put short and wide or short there. This was one of them. And Faye goes back and puts it over cow corner for another boundary to her. And that takes a score to 138 of 108, 15 deliveries.
Cut straight into the hands. And it is the strike. Alyssa Exleben kicks the catch. And Tuto Tiberi gets wicket number 2.
It's a sort of anti-climax for Faye Tunnicliffe. It was short and wide. The ball was there to be hit. She manages to hit it straight into the fielder's hand. And she goes for 138 of 116 deliveries. Again, another batter goes out in a fashion she wouldn't have. She sort of threw her wicket away in a sense. But you don't blame her. She's played. She needed to play and get to 150 as well as get Western Province to over 300. Though the ball was there to be hit, she only manages to hit it into the fielder's head.
It was a slow, loopy one from Tuto Tiberi. She had to wait and reach for it. If it was earlier on in the innings, she was never going to play that. But she's gone. 138, and it brings in the 9th batter. Bang! J. Lee Philander just comes in to say hello to Tiberi. And Tiberi strikes with her 3rd. She is on a hat-trick. What a debut this is.
That was the wrong one there, as Leah Jones tells her. And Philander doesn't read it at all. I don't think she knows that Tuto has it in her arsenal, and that's what she does. Bamboozles her. That's a 2nd wicket of the over.
Great selection. And she's on a hat-trick here, Tuto Tiberi. What a way for this to happen.
Now we don't have a batter who's ready to come and bat. It seems like Western Province didn't expect their number 10 to come in and bat. We have a situation where Northwest Dragons can ask for a timed out. Do they do that, or do they play the last 8 balls? Oh, and this isn't good to see on a cricket field, that your number 10 isn't padded up. She has to come in and strap her pads on into the field of play. Don't see that a lot often in the game these days.
We'll give the benefit of the doubt to the pure debutante. She's making her very, very first appearance in professional women's cricket. Mia Leila. She comes in place of Tatum Leroux. Tatum Leroux was scheduled to play. Mia Leila, who's not even in the team sheet prior to this, she makes her debut through the non-availability of Tatum Leroux. So maybe the nerves, not expecting this to happen. It's your first game, you are in as a bowler, now you have to come into bat, and here she is. And it's a hat-trick. Tuto Tiberi. Can she get it? What a moment it will be for her, and what a debut it will be for her.
As you said earlier on, 9.4 overs, 57 runs, over 5 runs and over does not paint true. It's not the true reflection of how good she's bowled. Well, she got her hat trick.
They're all coming in tight. Tiberi goes down the leg side. Well,
that was anticlimactic. Well, the good thing is she still has a chance to get her hat trick.
Extra ball, but still hat-trick ball. Can she get it? Bowls it a little bit too short. Mia Leila, she has faced her first legal delivery in professional cricket.
And yet again, for Northwest Dragons, the good thing is only 5 runs coming off this over. So they've held back quite well in this past couple of overs.
Takes the catch that comes off the thigh guard. That will be the end of Tuto Tibedi. Superb debut. 3 for 58. But most importantly, grabbing the wicket of Faye Tunnicliffe though on 138. It's damage control. 1 over remaining. 297 for 8. They could keep it to under 300 here. Who knows? 2 new batters. And this score is as big because of that Faye Tunnicliffe triple, but also because of the great start at the top of the order. 35 from Dalmarie. It was Lara Goodall's start that really set everything up. This is why we are looking at this final over with Western Province at the precipice of 300. It's just that bottom order that has just lost it a little bit. So let's see what's going to happen now. Ntabiseng Nene bowls to Leah Jones. Jones hasn't faced a single ball. Only 3 fielders outside. I like the aggression. Mid-wickets at the deep and the cow corner. Long on. Deep cover. Everyone else in the ring.
Is that what's needed though? Last over of the game.
Great stop from Mignon Dupree. They're going to come back to run number 2. What would be needed in the final over though?
Protect. You know they're going to go for it. There is no need to take the wickets. Just protect what you have. You've got them. At one stage we were looking at 320 plus. Now you've brought them under 300. Try and protect what you have. It seems though as Nini has confidence in her bowling. It's good. It's good to see that. The pitch isn't. And that brings 300 after 49.2 overs. 300 for 8. Western Province would be fairly happy with that score on the surface.
Big runs. These are big runs. You were saying that the weather might be changing at around 3 o'clock. If that becomes gloomy, it's going to be even better for the bowlers. So they're going to need all of the runs, and they're taking all of the runs. And I feel like once the score exceeds 300 also, it's just a thing that plays in your mind that, ooh, we have a long way to go. And we're going to have to bat really well. And that's already a little bit of the pressure that's being put onto you as a player.
Leah Jones moves forward and tries to smash Nini out of the ground, misses it completely. Nini would feel she could have got a wicket of that, very close to the stumps there.
Just needed to be a whisker straighter from Thabiseng Nini. Just a little bit straighter. Might have worked. Good areas. Just over Sarah Barber, who you wouldn't have been surprised if she took it. They come back for 2 runs, and it's the last ball of the innings. Nini has had a tough outing. It's just this last spell that has brought it back together. She needs to end well. Good hit from Leah Jones. She will end off the innings very well for the Western Province. Tons of runs taken in the over. And what matters is that tons of runs were taken in the innings. 307 for 8 for the Western Province women.
Western Province women will be fairly happy with that score. Yes, it is a flat pitch, but you still need to put the score. And 307 in a women's game, it is a big score. We need to see, can Northwest Dragons women come out and chase it down? It will be a difficult chase, but they do have batters in their lineup that can go and get scores.
They're going to need all of those and much more. Mignon Dupree, she's going to need to lead just like Janae Winster led the bowlers. She was brilliant, Janae Winster. 3.5 runs to the over. But Tuto Tibede, pick of the picks, taking 3 in her spell of overs. Only 3 bowlers bowling out the 10. Alyssa Exlaban just getting 1. Such a little bit expensive. Katlego Setlodi, her second spell was just out of order. And that's why runs flew around the park. 307 for 8 is how it ends as we change the innings. How much is going to be needed? 308 to win. Required run rate 6.2. Faye Tunnicliffe, stand out, and stand up for your team. 307 for 8. We're going to come back in about 40 minutes, or rather 30 minutes, for the second innings.
Welcome back to Hollywood's Pro50 in Porch, where we have Northwest Dragons taking on World Sports Bet Western Province. The first innings, Western Province scored 307 runs. Will Northwest Dragons be able to chase it down? It's been a beautiful day. It's been a beautiful pitch to bat on. Amazing outfield that's been silky smooth. The batting order for Western Province was really good. Can Northwest Dragons women do the same? Can they replicate the batting that was shown by Western Province? With me, Zubair Saleh, I have Mpendulo as my partner.
It's going to be a long chase. A tough chase. Leah Jones looking to make it tougher. She starts off full.
It was full and wide. Left alone by the batter. DeAndre van Rensburg just seeing that one go wide and left it alone.
Gonna have to take lessons here, the bowlers of Western Province. They saw what worked best for Faye Tunnicliffe, and they must look to not bowl that. And so already Leah Jones hitting those hard lengths that worked so well for Katlego Setlode at the start of the innings. Tabiseng Nini at the other side was a little bit too full. So let's see how they can implement the lessons they learned whilst batting.
And the same goes for Northwest Dragons as well. They need to put away the bad deliveries and rotate the strike as much as they can.
Second wide for Leah Jones. Very easy to just fend that with your glove or pop it up to the air. But Leah Jones is going to need to start properly outside that off stump, hit those hard lengths like she did for the first two deliveries. She might have a happy time out there. Swing for Leah Jones. Bounce as well. Angus Gous believes it's not out.
You could see Angus signaling that it's the height. So he says no, he felt that the ball would have went over the stumps. You can see it did hit her high on the knee roll as well. Leah Jones was very convinced that it would have went to go hit the stumps. But ultimately, it's the umpire's call.
Just looked high. It was going high. Especially if you consider how full it pitched. So that just indicates that bounce was really steep. And you can see even some of the appeals coming from the square who saw the side-on vision didn't really put up much of an appeal.
It's always the square leg umpire, the square fielders who has a better judgment of where the ball has hit and where it would have went. You're looking at the side on.
From an umpiring point of view, where do you look at in moments like that? If the square on fielders were also up in arms, that just temper with the decision making a bit?
Not really for me, Pendulo. It's what you see as a fielder, as an umpire, how you felt in terms of LBW, when it's a nick behind and that you sort of see where the group is going as a team, that gives away, but not in terms of LBW as a bowlers and umpire. this has been an excellent over by Leah Jones. Couple of fuller deliveries, but that was sort of block hold, and she kept it good length. So, to answer your question, seems like they have learned their lesson, seeing from what Northwest Dragons bowler did and what not to do. It's still early days. Northwest Dragons are 2 for no loss.
The important thing here for both Deidre van Rensburg and Sarah Barber is not to take the score up into their head too much. These first 10 overs can do a lot in setting up the foundation on what the rest of the innings will be. 40 for no loss, you are mathematically behind the game, but situationally, you are very much in there. If you are 40, even 40 for 1 after 10 overs, you're still in good standing. So here, they just need to root themselves into the crease and understand how to score their runs. It's going to take 3-4 overs to get that groove going, though. Dalmari Taka coming in from the JB Marks end.
Absolutely, Pendulo. As we've said, the pitch is so good to bat on. The outfield is lightning quick, so the runs will come. The important thing is not to lose the wickets. Wickets will be the key if they're going to chase down this run.
And wickets were the things that allowed so many runs to be scored. They had tons of wickets. That 100-run partnership between Tunnicliffe and Adams really allowed the rest of the batters, even after Tunnicliffe was gone, try and pump those runs. But to keep those wickets, it's just that strong partnership, disciplined running, and at times poor bowling from the Northwest.
Absolutely. Then though from Northwest as well, they cannot let the game get away from them. They cannot just keep on defending and blocking away. And that's exactly what Sarah Barber does. She sees the ball slightly touch fuller. She has a swing at it, past that short mid-wicket of CO, and for 4. First boundary for the Northwest Dragons, and that takes the score to 7 for no loss after 1.5 overs.
Good hit from Barber. She does play with some flair, Sarah Barber. And one thing that she does also do is play with hard hands. She really goes at the ball. And you even saw with that final delivery where it hit outside of the bat and it just travelled. So something that the Western Province could look to take advantage of those hard hands. After over number 2, 7 for no loss. Still need 301.
And as a batsman, when you do play with those hard hands, you do tend to give the opposition chances, because more often than not, you are going to end up playing in the air.
And if you are going to use those hard hands, that's where the timing comes in. Really, really clutch. If you time the ball well with those hard hands, it travels. A missed time, it travels in the wrong place. Soft hands from Deidre, allowing the ball to bounce down, but this is really good bowling from Leah Jones.
There was nice shape to that delivery, pitched in line and just shaped away a bit that touch. It is a new ball. It will shape, but we did see from Nini as well that when she pulled it slightly back, there was a bit of movement. It seems like Leah Jones is getting that as well.
Oh, edged and it's put down! Just fending at it. Deidre van Rensburg, it's a tough chance to grab, but one that runs for 4.
It was slightly away from Falenda. She reached out, but she could only glove it, and the third man had no chance. That boundary, so unlucky for Western Province to concede, and a welcome boundary for the Northwest Dragons. But you have to ask, you have the runs on board. It's a new ball. Why don't you have a first or second slip? And you bowling good areas. And that's exactly what we're going to get as there is a field change, and now we're going to see first slip coming into play. Better late than never, as they say.
It's a little bit disappointing. Nini, as the captain of Northwest, backed herself and backed her bowlers, even when the partnerships were big. And I'm sure some help came from Janae Winston, Mignon, Dupree to just give insights on what the team needs to do. So all of that experience said, let's put a slip fielder in there. And so you would have thought, knowing her skills, Leah Jones, that she's going to back her ability to say, I am going to land this ball correctly and I am going to get the purchase. Better late than never, yes, but it's a true opportunity missed, that from Western Province.
It really is, and it shows the mindset that, as you pointed out, Nini, even in the 50th over, they had an extra fielder in, they were attacking. And while you are leading as Western Province, you need to attack.
You put the pressure right at the beginning, Zubair. You don't allow them to feel like they have a home to settle on. Always make them feel like they are on shaky ground, and the moment you put a slip fielder in place, they have to think twice about that ball outside the off stump. Maybe that flash outside the off stump doesn't even happen with the slip there. Who knows what else happens because of them being there.
It's well left by Sarababa, and that's the end of the third over. The score is 12 without loss. Sarababa, I must say, in Pendulo, I haven't seen her come open the batting. Maybe as we mentioned earlier on, through her injuries and that, I'm not saying she's not capable, but it's not something we have seen enough of. Even when she played for Lions and that, it was always that middle order. So, having put her into opening, I wonder it is to get runs in. To strike the ball, because they are chasing the 300 odd runs, so they need attacking start, and maybe that's why they've brought her into open to get that sort of a start.
You also take a look at how the partnership between Lara Goodall formed at the top of the order with Oluhlesiyo. Lara really pushed the game forward for Western Province. And it created a nice balance between her and Siyo, where Siyo can be a little bit more reserved, and then it allowed Lara Goodall on the other side to be a bit more expressive. Maybe this might be the setup here. Deirdre van Rensburg, compact, tidy, pockets the ball. Barber, expressive. Hits it with hard hands.
But right now, Delmarie Tucker is bowling really well. She hasn't given them anything away bar one delivery in the last over. Oh.
Smartly played. Oh, she's gone! She ran hard, Deirdre van Rensburg. Not fast enough. Excellent fielding. Leah Jones with the throw. And it's 1 wicket down for the home team.
That's something that wasn't needed as a Northwest Dragons team. There was no need for such a single. A smart bit of fielding by the captain, Leah Jones, straight into the hands. In Pendulo, that run didn't look like it was there. There was no need for the run, and it wasn't on.
That's when communication is clear, but also at the same time, just caught on her heels a little bit, Deirdre van Rensburg. You don't want to leave your crease, but at least try to just walk through and ensure that you are ready for the run. Sarah Barber's fast. very fast. So she thought the single was on. Caught on the heels was Deirdre van Rensburg. She couldn't make it home.
As we see in that run out, seems like Philander, the keeper, also hurt herself. When you look, she's hit her knee hard by the looks of things. As she goes to gather the delivery.
See, they're being frozen. That's where she maybe done a little bit of damage.
Damage to her knee, and she goes off.
Oh, it was instant as well.
Instant, yes. She went in hard with the knee, and the pitch being so hard, it really hit her. Hope she's okay. And we see change in keeper.
Faith Honeycliffe will take the gloves. And man, if Faye is anything of a wicket keeper as she is a batter, even half of the batter she is as a wicket keeper, then South African women's cricket has a real prospect in her. But Jay Lee Philander injuring herself after going for a great try, diving to her right for a catch. The catch was very quick. Couldn't grab it. Awesome positioning for the run-outs to get it done, just injuring herself. Hopefully it's nothing too bad for Philander. In the innings, we're still on over number 3.
And with that whole lot of things happening, wicket falling, the keeper getting injured, we have Veronica Reddy coming on to bat at number 3 for Northwest Dragons women. Not the start they wanted. They would be hoping for partnerships. We said over and over with Western Province betting was the partnership. So we are hoping Northwest Dragons has more of it as well.
Especially losing the wickets in the manner that they did. Losing it via run-outs is the worst way possible. But more attacking. This is it. Much better from Leah Jones. Kelsey Adams, she's standing at slip. Dalmarie Tucker bowls. See, much better instantly. And this allows Dalmarie Tucker to just tuck her lines there over and over again. We have a short mid-wicket, something we never saw from the Northwest, and I wonder why, to try and grab that catch. Oh! Nearly chopped back to the stumps.
Going back foot to an off-spinner, it's never such a good idea unless it is really wide. This wasn't that wide. Reddy went back, tried to cut it inside the edge, just over the stumps. She should count herself lucky. So at the end of 4 overs, Northwest Dragons are 13 for 1.
One thing that the Western Province did really well in their innings was how they passed the baton on who leads the innings. Number 1 and number 2 were batting together. Number 1 lost their wicket. So when number 2 and number 3 were batting, number 2 took the lead. When number 2 lost their wicket, number 3 and number 4 batted, and it was number 3 who then took the lead. And they did that right up until the very end. So now it's on Sarah Barber to just try and keep her wicket for the rest of as long as she can in the innings. And for Veronica Reddy to get herself in patiently, no need to rush.
The Western Province bowlers bowling such good areas isn't helping their cause, Northwest Dragons. They're not being allowed to get away. What we saw with Northwest Dragons bowlers was full deliveries every now and again that got them to get away. Yet again, there is such a good shape by Leah Jones. First 2 deliveries by her, good shape, movement away.
And you just saw how gingerly the feet were from Reddy. This gives Leah Jones leeway to say, let me attack those stumps. Full. Those areas Nini was bowling to Faye Tunnicliffe, they work against a player who's not looking good footwork-wise. That's where she needs to be over and over again. I wish she had one that would come back to the right-hander, because that would absolutely destroy Reddy with the way she's moving right now.
Really would, because she's bowling and Reddy is playing for that outswinger. So if there has to be the in-swinger, it would do her.
She plants that front foot hard as well. She takes the little shuffle. You will notice when she runs in when Leah Jones is running in, how she sets up. She's currently on about leg stump or two leg. Then she's going to shuffle across to about 2 off. And then she's going to do a third movement to plant the front foot. Ginger feet footwork indeed.
So Leah Jones gets outside edge of Reddy. It just falls short of the first slip. You can't call that a chance. Good bowling and good trying to get to the ball, but you can't call that a chance. It just fell short. It was flying as well.
Really did die. Really did die on her. Smart leave from Baba. Tempting delivery. She too was caught in no man's land, but if you're caught in no man's land, better get caught not playing anything. End of over number 5. It's not easy for the Northwest Dragons, especially with the wicket gone through a run out. 15 for 1.
Leah Jones so far 3 overs, only conceded 9 runs. Tucker doing a good job on the other end. At the other end, she's bowling well.
Really is.
It's the consistency that we kept on saying that Northwest Dragons bowlers didn't have. Bar Adams, there was no one who consistently bowled 6 balls.
It's a good shot. It's very nice from Reddy. It's going to be a long chase. That doesn't work. It's going to be 4 runs. Stylishly played.
As we say, that ball was just slightly short and Reddy gives it a treatment. Very stylish back foot cut. Not trying to hit it too hard, just times it perfectly.
She made that look easier than what it actually was, Veronica Reddy. Because it was the feet that time that actually worked. Not much movement when it comes to the pacer. Very free when it comes to the spinner. Oh! Danger signs. Delmarie Tucker bowling very well.
And yet again, going back to back foot to an off spinner. Inside edge. Lucky not to be caught. Hard chance, very hard chance.
It was way too full to go back to. That's an easy punch into the covers or through the covers. Something like that from Sarah Barber. You can't. Nowadays the philosophy that is being implemented is that you go back to the spin so that you allow yourself time to assess what the ball will do, and plus you have more playing options on the back foot. But sometimes when the ball is that full, you put yourself in deep trouble if you rocket back and you make that a rule rather than a guideline on how to play. So she's happy to survive that, Reddy. 20-for-1 after 6.
Also, when the ball is so close to the stumps, when it is that fourth stump line and so forth, where exactly are you going? You cannot cut it. You can play through the covers, but what Reddy is trying to do is cut it through point, going very fine. So there is no space to play. She'll be better off playing it through covers. Go back, but then play with a straight bat or through the covers. Or come in how she has been to Leah and try and play it past the mid wicket.
That's that lack of feet still. And sometimes we undermine what coaching really is, because sometimes people think coaching is just teaching the player how to play the shot, how to position themselves, etc., etc. They all think it's in the technicalities and what we see on screen and what the body does, but it's all in the head. It's about how you teach the player to see the field, how you teach the player where to get their run scoring opportunities. So a good coach will look at their batter and try to use the player's technique to exploit as much of the oval as possible. And so, right here, the idea is that you are trying to choose which shots to play to get the space for a single, which shot to play in order for the ball not to be a threat. Those are all mindset things, none of them technical. And so choosing to play that onto the offside rather than whipping it onto the mid-wicket is a mental thing. And I think what you are alluding to is just that. Like, where do I play this shot? What of my arsenal do I use here?
Yes, it's either you go defensive and just try and block and forget about scoring runs altogether. Unfortunately, Northwest Dragons do not have that luxury where they need to score over 300 runs and they're sitting at 21 after 6.4 overs, so they still need to look for those runs. And when you are looking, it's what you said, that you can't be caught in the middle. You have to have that game plan. And where my scoring options are or my defensive options are. So what
Another issue that I'm preempting that might come mid-overs number 20, maybe there might be a collapse, and collapse are caused by this. You are seeing your start, you are seeing off the new ball, you are seeing off the new bowlers. And then if the next set of change bowlers are also consistent, you now find yourself in a situation where the overs you should be milking for 4s and 5s, you are now having to score 6s and 7s. And so when the spinners come to slow the game down and the field is more open after the power play, you have higher risk of losing your wickets because you haven't set yourself a good platform and you have to catch up to the game. And that is the risk that is coming here for the Dragons. Once we reach over number 20 something and we have 180 balls and you're still behind by 250, 260, it's bad news. After the end of number 7. 21 for 1.
Unfortunately, the score that they're chasing, they will be playing a chasing game most of the innings if the inning carries on the way it has so far. Oh, that was a straighter delivery and ready to playing a sweep shot to that delivery.
Like how confident she was playing it still. Because if she misses that, she's gone for all money. Oh, dropped! That was a difficult chance for Delmarie Tucker. And the pressure we're speaking of is even starting right now in over number 8.
Because it's not just about being there. They need to get those runs. And the problem is, and the major difference between the Western Province batting and Northwest batting is rotation of strike isn't there. So now they need to find bigger shots, the boundary.
Fancy. She does have a knack for flair, Sarah Barber. She was ready for number 2. She was running to the danger end. I think it was smartly called back from Veruna Saredi. She's hunting for those boundaries now, indeed. And even though CEO was very slow in her start, she tried to rotate the strike after she had faced 15 balls. Oof. When Faye Tunnicliffe started, she didn't just go all guns blazing with Delmarie Tucker. They were measured in their innings. Even after the first drinks break, they were just pocketing the ball so nicely. All of a sudden, the partnership is in the 40s, 50s. Whoa, 100, 120. That's how it works.
A quick single by Reddy there to end the over number 8, and the score is 24-1.
Good stuff from Leah Jones.
She's been consistently there. She hasn't changed her length much, consistently on that 4th and 5th stump, herself as well as Tucker. So it's going hand in hand. Where they are bowling terrific line and length, they're giving nothing away to Northwest Dragons. And Northwest Dragons battle are unable to take those singles or put away those boundaries. It's just going hand in hand.
Everything in cricket is about partnerships. Every single thing. Your bowlers bowl in partnerships, your batters bat in partnership, your field in partnership with your bowler. Everything is about partnerships, and Leah Jones right now is nailing it on the mark, because the only place that the batters can hit the ball is where the fielders are.
And partnerships, as we keep on saying, was what got Western Province to the total they are at. And it seems like they've carried on with those partnerships into their bowling as well. That's what winning mentalities, that's what the top teams do.
Whatever Coach Vuyani Parafini and Coach Linton Phillips are teaching the ladies, it's absolutely working. And it's bowling very well. And sometimes I like how she just changes it up ever so slightly, because you don't want you want to be on the stumps, keep them there, but you want to bait them with just one ball in the over. Give them, say, okay, drive me this one, but still ensure that the length is good enough to bring the slip fielder in. So these are the ones which contain the over, the ones that are straight. And so if she had to bowl one, just hear me out. If she had to bowl one on the 4th or 5th stump, given how wide the slip fielder is, bowl it on the 4th, 5th stump at that good length, not full, it will draw a drive eventually because of the amount of pressure she's built into the over.
Let the batter's eyes go big.
Somewhere almost, but not really.
Slightly
a little bit wider.
Or a little bit wider. I hear what you're saying. Since you do have a second slip, let her drive. Even if she gets one away, you have the runs to play with, and you're going for the wicket. At this point in time, since they are so much on top, I feel maybe she's not trying that, but it's something out of the box thinking that, okay, let's try that. So let's try. What's the worst? I'll concede a boundary.
It's a slightest of variations, because at the end of the day you get wickets by making players play. The only time you get them by not playing is if they leave a straight one. Otherwise, you always get a batter out by playing. And so, even here with Sarah Barber, because of how she plays, I feel like you can't afford to not have a third. You have to put a third there.
Yes, that option is on. Let her try, let her try and go for the drive and try and get the edge out of it.
But I guess they're killing them with torture here. Suffocation of runs until they crack. Sarah Barber cracks it over the top. It's a good hit from Barber. It's going to go for 4 runs.
Yes, Sarah Barber using her levers on that delivery, not getting to the pitch of the delivery, but still with the long hands, long handle, gets it over the mud on and gets it for 4. Welcome boundary for the Northwest Dragons.
Shots! That is good from Barber. That is beautiful batting. 2 boundaries in a row for the newcomer of Western Northwest.
The first one was down long on, this one down long off. Seems like Sarah Barber's had enough and she's opening up.
I like the differences also in how she played. First one, down the track, full swing of the bat over long on. Second one, standing still, just driving through the line of the ball. So beautiful. Does it again. Dalmarie Tucker though, she's saying you can't get number 3 from me. But it's good batting from Sarah Barber. That's an over they needed. She moves to 14. 32 for 1.
So at the end of the power play with Northwest Dragons 32 for 1, I would assume Western Province are the happier of the two. Whereas Western Province were 53 for 1. There is that contrast. There is that 20 runs difference already happening. Do Northwest Dragons say we are happy we've only lost 1 wicket in the first 10 overs? Or do they say we've already fallen behind?
They really need to take the start. You know, you lost 1 wicket and you are behind the game quite severely. I think just losing 1 wicket is good, but I also believe having 40 is a bit more of a psychological victory. They finally bring a bowling change though, Western Province. No more Leah Jones, Nosipho Vezi comes in from the university end. Over the top, nicely over the top. Kayla Reineke keeps it to a single. But you see now, because of the fielding also being right inside the ring, even after the power play, the only way for the Northwest to get runs is to hit it over the top if they can't find a gap through.
And it's good to see that Western Province has noticed that fact that they are not rotating the strike and they are depriving them of those singles. So even after the power play, hence they have the fielders in and they are really depriving. So the only way left for Northwest Dragons batters is to go over the top.
And on top of that, as a collective, the Western Province team is a bit more experienced than the Northwest side. They've been playing at the highest level for a bit, and some of the players here have been playing also for quite a fair amount of time. And so the instructions and the thinking and the executions of plans will be slightly different and a bit more impactful as well, and it's case in point right now.
As we say that, there's change in feel. For the last 2 deliveries, they are protecting the over they've got so far.
It makes sense as well. It's Sarah Barber. Just saw how hard she hits that. She got 2 boundaries in the previous over, so she's using that confidence against her, saying, hit us if you can. Absolutely no pace to work with from Nosipho Vezi. She's a seam-up spinner. End of over number 11. 34 for 1.
That's what we said at the start for Nini as well, that she doesn't work with a lot of pace. It's the line length and a bit of movement she relies on. Vezi, given she's not the tallest, she doesn't have the most pace, but she's relying on that line and length, and it's good to see. All 6 balls were straight up off stump, just slightly outside off stump, and pulled the length back.
She did excellently, Vezi. Just 2 runs in her over. Nothing but control. Can that continue? Under 19 Proteas captain, Kayla Reiniger. She's going to come in from the JB Marks end. Bowls to Sarah Barber. Scores 34 for 1. They need a lot of runs. 274. It's going to be tough to fill the shoes of Delmarie Tucker, who started very well. But all it takes, good throw from the deep, but all it takes is Kayla doing what she just did with that first ball 6 times in a row.
And that's what they've done for the last 11 overs, consistently bowling there. Their field placing has been really good so far. What I am noticing though, for the past 2 overs, Tucker's last over and Kayla's this over as well, they do not have a slip or a short third man. For them it's working perfectly because they're not giving much of room to play that leg cut or something. But it's the area where you'd feel ready trying to cut those deliveries. She could play to third man and get those runs. The problem for her right now is she's not getting that width to work with.
I was exactly going to point out that, Zubair. The way that they are bowling, it's so tight. It's the batters who need to manufacture that room for themselves, except for that single delivery, which actually surprised Reddy, because where did it come from? And maybe with the deep point now, because they're pushing point backwards, we might see a little bit more width to try and get her to drive the ball, but they've really kept it so tight. See, you have to work for it. And if you do try to cut it, you rock back and you play it, you are late, you can be late on the stroke, the ball could be too full, you can hit the stumps, you can edge it, there's too many risks trying to cut a straight ball. So you played onto the leg side, which is a little bit safer. Gonna come back for run number 2, but Sarah Barber was gonna make it. Veronisa Reddy was not sure. She keeps it to 1. 36 for 1 after 12.
Just like Vezi, Kayla also starts off with 2 runs only off her first over. And again, it's not about conceding runs. It's about the consistency of the bowling line and length. We cannot stress enough how well Western Province has done that. And as you said, that it's about manufacturing those shots. Northwest, do they do that? Or do they carry on playing and dig themselves a bigger hole than they already are in? At this point in time, it seems like they are just digging themselves in a bigger hole.
Might be a chance! She really tried, Mia Leila. Good effort from the debutante. But the ball is going to slip past for 2.
Sarah Baba's really quick. She always feels she can get there, whether it be in fielding, whether it be in running as well. Good to see. Reddy told her that last delivery, sorry, I'm having none of it. There is no ways I'm going to reach where I need to. She just said, no, sorry.
She's still young, Sarah Baba. So a lot. We can't underestimate the work that Hollywoodbets has done to bring this into a professionalized league, because now the women can fully commit themselves to the sports and reach their fullest potential. And there's no fault in saying that the standard of the women's game domestically increases every single season, if not every single week. Big hits, that's not going to be big enough though. It's a little bit bigger than the fielders. It's going to be a single.
It truly is. I'm fortunate enough to have officiated the ladies' provincial games for the past few years, and it has grown. As you said, every season you see the bowling, the batting, the technicality, the game awareness, the fitness, everything is improving. And we have to go back again to say, hence we see our lady Proteas where they are is also due to the fact that they come back and they face the stronger opposition in the domestic league. So there is no freebies. Desmond Britt or Klaba doesn't just come in and get 5 wickets or score a century. No, there are no freebies because of the standard of cricket is growing, and that's where so many Proteas are challenging for the sport.
But it's very nice. Sometimes you get weeks and periods where the momentum Proteas are not in action. 2 months, 3 months. Of course, not this year, not next year either. They're very busy. But in instances where they are available, the Proteas never fail to come back into their franchises. You might pitch in one day and Laura Wolfart is in a sky blue for the Titans alongside Masabata Glass and Sine Lewis and Annika Bosch. Might be going down to Durban. Here's Nondumiso Shangas alongside Klubi, alongside Mlaba, just playing on a casual Sunday. But the experience and the knowledge they bring back into the sides and how the whole side grows because they are there too. It's just a very, how can I call it? It's a repeatable cycle that grows within itself and it feels very sustainable.
It is very much the system the Australian sides have worked with over the years, who's been so successful, whether it be man or woman, and it seems like we are into that as well.
Ooh, it's a little bit pain for Faith Tunnicliffe, but she'll be okay. Keeping without, does she not have pads on?
They inside her trouser.
The technology has improved so much. Do you call them slim pads?
And with it, we see Kayla Reneke has changed the angle of bowling, she's coming around the wicket to ready. What's her thinking behind that?
Ooh! Extra cover needed to be a little bit shorter. That could have carried. You won't even mind. Mid wicket is actually in a good position.
You also see the difference between that field placement we spoke about, where the mid wicket where Leah Jones is standing, how straight was for Northwest Dragons, and they kept on getting the singles.
Popped up! Nasipo Vezi. She completes the catch at short, fine leg, and eventually the pressure was gonna toll. She forces the issue, Veronica Reddy. Kayla Reiniker gets her first wicket with the last ball. 41 for 2 after 14.
We kept on saying they don't know where the next run is coming from, so they had to try something different. It was a straighter delivery on the off stump. She tried to guide it down to square leg boundary. Now just top edged it to that short fine leg to Wezi, and that's the first wicket for Kayla Reneke.
Just saw the gesture that Grady showed to Priya with the spin, leaving extra bounce, maybe a top spinner because it did hit the top edge of the bat. Mistimed, misplayed. Vezi completes the job. 267 runs to win. In comes Mignon Dupree, very much the most experienced player in the side, and very much a player they need to keep them afloat. She comes in at number 4 to join Sarah Baba.
She's the key to this chase from here on to Northwest Dragons. If they want to get close to that score, they would need a sort of an innings by Mignon. They'll be hoping that that's what she does. She is more than capable of getting that sort of scores.
The issue was that in their previous game, the Northwest couldn't even get past 200. And sure, the conditions are different. It's not the same game. But also at the same time, they were playing here in Potchefstroom versus the Titans, conceded 224. It was only Phoebe Molkenboer who played well, but she's not here today. Other than that, it was a little bit problematic to see where the runs were going to come from. And without Phoebe, and with Baba playing quite decently, they'll be hoping it is Dupriya and Baba who lead the charge.
That was the first ball played by Mignon, but you see much better timing on that delivery. She waited for that delivery to come onto her and then drive through. Yes, she didn't get any runs, but the timing is there.
It indeed is. It's as if she's playing in her own time. It looks pretty. It looks pretty when a batter just feels like they have more time in their hands. And maybe with Dupriya there with Baba can settle down a bit more. And she's going to get a learned voice, just guiding what the innings requires of her. But Vezi still with great control. Bowling precisely to what the field needs.
It's exactly what you said happened with Western Province batting as well. That we saw with Olu batting with the opening partner, that she let it take.
Ooh, that is not going to be nice. But she's a big girl, this Mignon Dupree. What's a little white cricket ball? 43 for 2. The scorers behind us are crying. A big hit.
So that's what Seo done with. That looked painful. That looked painful. But as they say, we make them strong in South Africa. So.
It's a great over from Vezu.
Really good, really, really good. She keeps on just conceding those 2-3 runs and over. She's doing really well.
Patience pays in either side. It's so difficult as a bowler to just remain boring. When you're bowling, when you're looking at a batter move and do stuff, you always feel like, I can try something different right here. That could have carried to Kayla Reyneke.
Yeah, there were cries of catch it, but just drop short.
That's going to be very harsh.
Very low, almost with the ground.
Got to dig a hole to catch that. But Mignon now seeing that Kayla's not going to change what she's doing. So she's just using her feet now to be like, I'm here. Reyneke must try now to change it up, but she mustn't. That's the trick. In as much as Dupree is trying to work her around, Reyneke mustn't change what she's doing.
Change in field. Leah Jones comes out of mid-wicket and she goes to long off. Yet another dot ball. And that's good to see. That we seen in the first innings as well. Nini took herself out from the inner circle and stood on a boundary. And Leah Jones doing pretty much similar as well. We've seen in this 16 overs that when she wasn't bowling, she's not keeping herself within the inner circle. She's taking herself out and having more confidence in her ability to whether it be throwing or taking the catch.
Boom! Just pitched outside the leg stump for Sarah Barber. Mignon Dupree asking Barber to come back. Barber couldn't hear better words in her ears. She loves running. She's a former athlete and sprinter herself, Sarah Barber.
That ball confused a few people on the field there. There were slow appeals for LBW. And also thought of being bowled as well. But it was just ball pitching outside leg stump, hitting the pads and running down for 2 leg byes. Welcome runs for Northwest Dragons. They need the runs. No matter how they come, they need the runs at this point in time. It's no use playing the 50 overs and you come nowhere close to the target. So there has to be some sort of thought process in trying to get there.
Do you lose long, or do you die trying in the hopes that you survive?
There has to be a middle ground. At this point in time, I feel they are not doing enough to rotate the strike. It's a whole lot of dot deliveries and a boundary or single. That's not how you're going to chase down 300.
And I guess this just shows the potential of the surface. In as much as it is flat, in as much as it is hard, we haven't seen balls keep low, we haven't seen, everything has been pure. In as much as we've seen as that is the case, it was the Northwest who just gave too many boundary deliveries. And that's why the score is the way it is. And that's a boundary delivery from Vezi. Overpitched. You saw the idea, she was going for a Yorker. But Dupree up to the task, smashes it for 4. That's 50 runs up for the Dragons.
That 50 comes up in the 16th over, 17th over for the Northwest Dragons, and they would be hoping that Sarah Barber and du Preez can carry on, can push on from here on.
First ball that we can confidently say Nosipho Vezi bowled badly. She's been so good throughout her entire spell. That was the first bad ball. That's good work from du Preez here. Just trying to throw off Nosipho Vezi here. But I love the fact that she just keeps it straight. It's a long time when you're still 2 steps before you bowl. You can still change your routine. That's where the mistake happens.
That's exactly it. And it's good to see that Vezi carried on bowling where she needed to bowl and let Mignon do what she wanted to do, but not change her line and length. We're not at the stage where Vezi needs to change anything.
Nothing at all. Even du Preez is trying to muscle it through, but she can only find Leah Jones at long on. The runs are so dry here at the Northwest.
Also, Pendulo, the difference between the quality, no disrespect to the Northwest batters, but the difference in quality in batters as well plays a part. Where, the Western Province batters saw a single where the Northwest batters are just not seeing it, and even those boundary balls. We have seen Northwest Dragons batters miss out on those full pitch deliveries to put them away. Those short pitch deliveries haven't been put away. It also, as you said, Northwest Dragons are just coming into the Division 1. It will take them time to grow in confidence, to grow in that sort of quality. If you look at Mignon du Preez, with all her experience, now it's a different ball game. We've seen a boundary, we've seen couple of shots where you feel like, okay, something is happening, something is there for the batters. It didn't happen in the first 12 overs.
Beautifully cut from Baba. Vezi is going to cut that down though. Du Preez is not going to come back for number 3. Of course, Baba thought it was there. Good work from Vezi to keep it down to 2. It's good work from Baba to just cut that down and try to at least rotate the strike.
It really is, and that's what's required. It's not the big shots at this stage because they need to keep their wickets as well. It's the rotation of the strike.
A case in point is Kelsey Adams when she was playing with Faye Tunnicliffe. She scored 45, but in that 45, she only scored 2 fours. So the rest of the 37 runs that she had was her actively running. Don't need to run though if you're going to play it like that. It's superb striking of the ball by Sarah Barber. It's going to run down for 4 at the long off boundary.
Good shot by Sarah Barber. Comes down the wicket. Kayla Reneke trying to bowl slightly wider. Taking the pace off. Sarah Barber goes through the shot. Good shot.
Looking settled here, Sarah Barber. See that long off just hovering in the middle of nowhere, like you said. Tendency to do that. Barber feels like she missed out on that. Right foot, there she did miss out on that. A half volley on the leg stump. Should have been punished for 4. Viz is there though.
As Kayla Reneke changes angle again, she comes over the wicket to Sarah Barber.
So late on the stroke. So good on the timing. Leah Jones, good support to her teammates Kelsey Adams. It's going to keep it to 1.
She goes back around the wicket for Mignon du Preez. That's a good single. This is what we are talking about, that they need to consistently look for those singles even when they get the boundary or they don't get the boundary. Those runs do not need to dry up, because that's when now the bowler needs to think and do something different. And right now, till that 12-13 over, it was very easy for Western Province bowlers to keep on bowling one line and length. And with that, at the end of the 18th over, Northwest Dragons are 60 for 2, and it's time for drinks. It's Wesi continuing after the drinks. Manyon Dupria facing her. She comes out of the crease and plays it towards mid-wicket. Leah Jones is there to field that delivery. No runs off that ball. Good ball again by Wesi. It's good to see that Wesi is not giving an inch. She does not care who's batting in front of her. She keeps on bowling where the line and length she is meant to bowl. Whether there is change in feel, Kayla Reneke moves from mid on to long on. It just feels like Manyon is getting frustrated out there, not getting runs away in this over. One more change to the field where Leah Jones goes back to the cow corner. And fine leg comes into the circle. Manyon runs that delivery down to long on for a single. It will be interesting to see if they keep the same feel for Sarah Barber as well. Sarah Barber, who's doing a decent job for her team, 26 of 40. She needs to play and bat deep and let the players play around her other batters. Sarah plays it fine towards the fine leg boundary and she gets a 4 for that shot. Very smartly played, didn't try to hit it hard at all, just places it fine. That moves the score to 65. A rare bad delivery by WSB. Last ball of the over is smacked down too long on boundary for a single. Score after 19 overs 66 for 2. Northwest Dragons need a partnership and it seems like they are building. So far 25 runs for this partnership. Kayla Reneke carrying on around the wicket for Sarah Barber. That's well played down long off. And they get a single. Sarah Barber was interested in taking a second run. Manyon was having none of it. Manyon goes to sweeps. She sweeps hard, but she finds the short fine leg fielder. We've had a beautiful day, the whole day. It's not just the cricket, the weather's been so good down here in Poch today. As Manyon plays this one down to between mid-wicket boundary and long on, and it's a single. Change in angle yet again by Kayla Reneke. She's been changing it. Soft dismissal there for Sarah Barber. It was there to be hit. She only manages to give the ball right back to Kayla. Kayla takes an easy catch. And that's wicket number 3 for Western Province women. Northwest Dragons find themselves 68 for 3. Sarah Barber batted well for her 32 or 43 up until that point. That was a really soft dismissal. And Kayla Reneke gets a second wicket. She's bowled really well, only conceding 13 of her almost 5 overs and getting 2 wickets. New batter in is Karabo Lempane. She needs to play the role of Sarah Baba now. Karabo hang around there with Dupriya and let Dupriya be the senior partner and score runs. Rotate the strike. Oh, it was a nothing shot that the ball was middle and leg and Karabo plays it. Lucky for her, it lands in no man's land. 3 players were just looking at each other's faces and it lands in the middle. A lucky escape. First ball for Karabo Lempane. And that's the end of the 20th over. Northwest Dragons are 69 for 3.
Good work from Kayla Reneke. She's come in and she's been a true difference maker here for the Western Province. Getting Sarah Baba was very crucial because she was starting to be dangerous. She tried dancing down the track one more time, Sarah, but that is how the pressure builds. Being consistently chaining, holding them down is what has put them here. Here is the debutante, Mia Leila. She looks good. From the first ball, you just see it looks good.
Yeah, Western Province would be hoping that she's as consistent as the bowler she's replacing, Wezi, who bowled brilliantly for her overs. And the first delivery looked good. Right on the mark. No loosener.
High action. She releases the ball high. She's in a strong position when she releases the ball. That one just being pushed down on to the legs. But it looks clean from Mia Leila.
It really does. There was just a hopeful shout for LBW from Faye. That's one of those, you know, it's not out. You're just hoping the umpire was sleeping.
Okay, this is good. Let's watch something here from Mia Leila. She's on debut, first time, and everyone around the Western Province team are giving her encouragement, and she's bowling good here.
We said this earlier as well. It's so good as a batter coming in when there is already a platform. You can do whatever you want. Same thing as a bowler. That she comes in to bowl when you've bowled 20 overs, you've only conceded 70 runs, and you've got 3 wickets, and the opposition is still needing over 230 runs to win. So you feel at ease. You don't need to try something extra. You just go in and bowl normally what you would do. Even then, this is great bowling.
Have to make it work. That is beautiful adjustment. Straight into the stumps now. Well dug out by Karabo Lempane. And you still have to land the ball. You still have to bowl the ball. She has a good frame on her also, Mia Leila. Slightly tall. Only found out after the toss was completed, literally 15 minutes before the match started, that she'll be taking the place of Tatum LaRue, because Tatum LaRue was in the starting lineup. So in the blink of an eye, we might be saying something good here. Western Province must have found a talent. Mia Leila bowls a maiden in her first professional over. How about that for a start? 69 for 3.
Excellent over by the debutant. Should be pretty happy with that over. She kept on bowling her line and length. At the other end, Kayla Reineke, 5 overs, 14 for 2. She's not just dotting the ball, she's getting those wickets as well.
And now you have a very good contrast here. One side you have a hard-hitting, zippy pacer in Mia Leila. This side you have the attacking spinner in Kayla Reineke. Look at how she is on those stumps. You have little room to mess around here as the Northwest batters. And the thing is, it's from either side of the wicket.
Yet it truly is that contrast you can see. And as Northwest Dragons, there is no getting away from this. Every bowler that has replaced another bowler, they've been on the mark from the word go. No looseness, nothing. Just straight up line and length.
It's as if we're playing on a different surface here. Just because the Western Province know how to make it work.
It's the quality of the players, as we've discussed earlier on as well. What does Dupriya do from here on? Does she let the game get away and get as close to the total as possible and get herself in the form? Or she goes for the runs? Oh, out of nowhere comes a shot of slog sweep for a 4. We did not see this coming, and Karabo Lempane, she's just swept that one for authoritative boundary down to square leg boundary.
Really nice hitting from Karabo Lempane. Ooh, that sounded like an edge. The team is reacting like it's an edge. Part-time wicketkeeper and Faye Tunnicliffe. It's a little hard.
So she can make mistakes.
Turns out she's human. Turns out when a cricket ball hits her, it hurts. When it deviates off the bat, it's hard to grab. Doesn't take away from her century, though.
Definitely does not. Even the last delivery, it seemed like Kayla was interested, like there was something off the bat, but not much of could over yet again.
Karabo Lempane with that pull shot. It was the only mistake really from Kayla Reineke. You can say that was a touch shorter than the rest of her deliveries, allowing the pull shots from Lempane. Doesn't matter how it looks, it's its effect, because she dragged that out of the off stump and whee, she goes. But this has been the matter of interest. Mia Leila on debut, a maiden in her first over. She bowls to Mignon Dupriya. Now, might be the real deal here if she's able to bowl this over and over and over again. It's a question of when the team needs you for spell number 3, should Northwest get to over 35, get to over number 40, can you come back later on and still give us the same way that you are starting right now?
That's what wins you games, you know.
A little bit wide. Mignon Dupriya is gonna pounce on that. It's a good length. It's not a good line. Whacked for 4 by Mignon Dupriya.
That was short and wide, and Mignon is not going to miss out on that. That sounded so good off the bat. Past the point fielder for a boundary.
Margins are tight. She's batting way outside the crease. So those deliveries, she's making them fuller like that. It's not a bad length from Mia Leila. If she was on her crease, Mignon wouldn't have been easy to play. So it's smart batting, and this is the psychological warfare now. The experience of Mignon du Preez having played all around the world against a player playing her very first game in a professional setup. Maybe this might be a more favorable matchup for Mia Leila. Maybe it is one. It's a good ball.
Yeah, that's a good ball. Drifting slightly down leg, but Karabo unable to make contact with it. There was a hopeful shot of LBW. It wasn't there. And Mignon also leaving her crease because it shows also lack of pace. So she wants to turn it into something slightly faster than what when she's staying back. The ball is just not coming. She's not timing. Could be the reason why she moves forward as well. She edges that one down the leg. It runs to fine leg boundary for a single.
I think it also works best with Mia Leila because she just has an extra injection of pace than the rest of the other bowlers. She has a very strong release position, and normally you see big strides, a big jump. She's very compact in how she does her business, allowing her to really go through with her whole body. Look at that. That's so good to watch. And so it hits the deck nicely. And so with Mignon, like you say, creating that extra pace, the ball actually comes in very nicely for her from Mia Leila because of that extra pace. It's 23, it's 83 for 1. They need 227 from 162.
This will be the case throughout the game moving forward. At what stage do they say we're in the game? At what stage do they say, okay, we've already lost, let's try and get as close as possible? Will that be the case? Because in order to chase the game, as you said earlier on, after 20 overs, 180 balls remain, and you're still needing 227, where do you go from there now? You are chasing the game.
And you don't need to look further than the run rates. There's a 5-run difference between the achieved run rates, the one they're going at right now, 3.5, and the rates they need to be going to win the game, which is 8.5. So they need to score 5 more runs per over for every over from now onwards. They need to score 9 every time. And so they have to run hard, and they don't make it home. Karabo Lempane tried her best to make it home. What a sly, sleazy throw from Kayla Reyneka to finish the run out.
Karabo ran her heart out to make it back into the crease, but unfortunately short. So Northwest Dragons lose their 4th wicket in Karabo Lempane, who scored 6 of 14 deliveries.
It's an excellent throw from Leah Jones. Excellent throw from Leah Jones. A little flick from Kayla Reyneka. Then she just couldn't make it home. The idea was there. It's a very good grab and quick reactions from Leah Jones. Lempane rushed as much as she could, trying to get you the exact freeze frame. She's been given out. She does look a little bit aggrieved, but such is the nature of the game. It is the 4th wicket to fall for the Dragons, and it is 82 for 4. The reason why we see wicket number 4. Was a good little throw from Kayla Reinecker. Quick decision from umpire Low, which brings in Tuto Tibedi, who did brilliantly with the ball. What can she do now with the bat? It's needed more than ever.
Northwest Dragons would be hoping they don't crumble under the pressure of getting those runs. They need to keep going. They need to get as close as possible, especially from the experience to Priya, that she knows she needs to carry on betting.
On top of that, we are not knockout. We are not in knockout stage. We are still very much in league, so points count for net run rate as well. It counts. So these are the moments where, when you are the Western Province, you want to seize the opportunity to win the game by over 150 runs and try to climb your way back to the top, because it's currently sitting number 2 below Southwestern, below the Garden Route Badgers rather, and the Northwest are almost at the bottom of the log, and so you want to minimize that damage and make it easy for another team to overtake you at the bottom. Can't do that when you are losing by over 150 runs, etc.
It really is that you're playing for the table as well. At this point in time for Northwest, it's not about winning the league. It's about staying in the league. So, and apart from points and table and so forth, it is also experience that they gain. It's about not repeating the mistakes that they've made in the first game against the Titans, and this one as well in terms of bowling and fielding.
And I guess in running too. You learn in every single game that you play. And let's make even a quick look at the Northwest men's team. When Division 1 and Division 2 started in 2022, they broke off from Central Gauteng Lions. They didn't win their first 4-day game until their second season, halfway through the second season. And when we look at them in this season now, we are going into the break of the 4-day season. They are at the top of the log. They just defeated the Lions, who are the 2-time defending champions. And so that growth in their male team counterparts, from never winning, being at the bottom of the 4-day series, and now currently at the top of it halfway through, is the kind of natural organic growth you will tend to see. But they wouldn't have done that if they got relegated back down to Division 2.
It truly is, and it's that transition period what you were talking about earlier on with our Proteas. The same thing here as well. As we said early on, they've got new players. They need to gel together. They need to come in as a team. The senior members of the team in Dupriya and them, they need to lead. You know, Sarah Baba and them, they need to be the leader. And
ooh, is this gonna be trapped? Well, very little interest. Very little interest.
Very little. It was only the bowler and the keeper who really appealed. The reason being also, I think the players have noticed how far forward Mignon is batting, and this ball was drifting down leg by the looks of things. Yes, definitely it was.
Love the length. She's adjusted well here, also Mia Leila, to the fact that Mignon is so out of the crease.
So they will get better, and they need to get better. And unfortunately, there is no breathing space when you are playing Division 1. As you said, that their male counterpart who are sitting first, they had to be there by beating the Lions, the defending champion. You know, it just doesn't happen. You make it happen. So with them as well, you cannot. They lost to Titans. Now they're playing the Western Province.
It's gonna be edged down. A good attempt. Oh, it's not gonna work. At least they're getting something to work in their favor now.
Yes, definitely. The edge is going to the boundary. They'll take those smaller wins. And that's what gets you closer to the target. So they will need to pull their socks up very quickly to not slide down again into Division 2. There is no breathing space because they still need to play the Lions ladies. They still need to play SWD, the Badgers, who are sitting first. So there are no easy games.
And that's the thing we take for granted, actually. There are only 6 teams. Think back of the original franchise system back in the 2000s. Just 6 teams. So the concentration of talent within those 6 teams is going to be high. And every of those 6 teams wants to be there. So if you only have 5 games, contrast to the men's 7, you can't pick a game where you think you're going to rise. If anything, you are the target of all the teams who have been in Division 1 to say, at least we are going to get 1 victory when we are playing Northwest. So you don't want to be that team either. 89 for 4 after 25. The chase is long for the Northwest Dragons. It's very long. But can they keep it together up until over number 50 and maximize their table standing?
Yes, halfway mark. Still 219 runs to win. It does not look pretty at this stage, but as we've been saying, that they need to get as close as possible. It's not all bad for Northwest Dragons ladies because yes, they lost to Titans in the Pro50, but they came back strong in the Pro20 where they drew. They had a tie game playing against the same Titans team. It was a 12-over game. So they would take that positive. And as we said...
Oh! Did she get him? Oh, she didn't get her. Umpire Ghost says no, it's not out. Good work though from Faith Honeycliff.
Sure. Let's have a look at it again. She beat her in a flight. Kayla Reneke beat Dupriya in a flight. Faye doing really well to gather the delivery and break the stumps. Very close call, and umpire Ghost says no, that's not out.
Helped by her swinging around herself, Mignon Dupriya. Her swivel was able to get that back right at the moment before she got stumped. Great take from Faye Tunnicliffe though. Absolutely great take. But it's not out. So it's 90 for 4. 2 overs to go for Kayla Reiniger. The wind is starting to blow strongly here. The camera shakes. So does the stance, and Tuto Tibet is wicked. She keeps it alive though. We saw a beautiful ball from Tuto Tibet using the wind to advantage to drift it and bowl the stumps. That's smart from Kayla Reiniger. Slow the ball down. It's going to allow you to drift it. And Mignon Dupriya says, see out the over, Tuto Tibedi, so I can be on strike in the next one. 90 for 4.
It's interesting to see that we're only in the 26th over, and Dupriya doesn't want to give the strike back to Thuto. What do you think? The reason is so early in the game.
She has to... really feels like she has to take it on here, Mignon. The top 5 batters are out. And that's where Western Province made majority of their runs, from the top 5. And this is the result of no one raising their hands, and so Mignon Dupriya has to here But Mia Leila has not been making it easy, and I don't foresee her making it easy the way she's been bowling.
Very first ball, you can see her intention is there to be more aggressive, to take the game, because I feel with her experience now, she sees the game is not moving forward for the Dragons, and she needs to do something as the senior player.
One thing that did happen as they take the single, though. One thing that did happen, you said when she came in, Mignon du Preez, to join Sarah Barber, that you can see the experience in just how she's playing and how she's controlling the ball. And so what she did was to bring calm into the innings while she was batting with Barber, so Barber could be more expressive. Think of what Themba Bavuma does when he comes in for the Proteas. Everything just seems calm. It's a good shot from Tibedi. It's cut away. It's not going to be stopped by Vezi. Good strike from Tibedi. Maybe she should be giving her the strike more.
Yes, that was short and wide and rightfully punished by Tuto. She takes advantage of that bad delivery, puts it away for 4. A rare bad ball by the Western Province woman and by Mia.
She looked like she just floated that one over there, Mia. Oh, close. But you see what I mean? Not darting it like she did in the previous balls. And this is where we are, what I said in the first couple of overs. Can you keep up what you did in your first 2 overs throughout the rest of your spell? It's going to be a test of strength, not just mental, but actual physical. But good control still from Mia Leila. Has lost a couple of paces though.
It really is. It really is. We've reached the stage, or we're getting to that stage where who gives up first? Who's going to win? That the discipline. Who's going to lose that discipline? And is it Tuto who goes for that shot and misses?
It is Tuto goes for that shot and misses.
Mia Leila will be fairly happy with that over, even though there was a bad delivery in that over that was put away for 4. She only concedes 5 of that over even after that delivery. When the over started, du Preez looked like she was going to take her on. It didn't materialize. Now let's see what she does with Reineke. Does she keep that intent going, or does she see out Reineke's 2 overs, last 2 overs? She's bowled brilliantly. 8 overs, 22 for 2.
I think the last thing you want to do is give her more wickets. You've already seen her do the damage. She's given absolutely nothing away. I literally remember one bad ball that she bowled to Karabo halfway down the track and she was pulled away. Other than that, this has been an operation. She doesn't mind that because there's a long on down there. So all in all, this has been Kayla Reineke as close to as good as she's been.
She's a smart cricketer. She's not just rolling her arm. She knows where she is bowling. You see her changing and angle coming around the wicket and over the wicket, and the length slightly shorter. If you see with Sarah Barber, and they didn't give too many full deliveries. And to Tuto, she's bowling slightly fuller, and Karabo also, she tried to go fuller.
Just love how easy her action looks. It's uncomplicated, and she complicates the life of the batting opposition. She gets number 3, Kayla Reineke. Tuto Tibedi this time falls for 8 runs. Halfway down on Northwest Dragons. They still need 212.
So having lost the 5th wicket for 96 and a long way to go, it was a nothing shot really, trying to clear mid-on. There wasn't much timing or power behind that shot.
Felt like there was no clarity in whatever she wanted to do. The ball was so wide outside the off stump. She just decided to drag it all the way to a actually congested area because there's both a mid wicket and a mid on there. And she gives it, really. If it wasn't there, there's Leah Jones celebrating as well. So another poor decision.
Yeah, that brings Alyssa on to bat with Mignon du Preez. And Northwest Dragons in all sorts of trouble after 27.3 overs. They are 96 for 5, a long way to go for them. 212 required still.
Kind of not happy with what Tuto Tibeti did over there. The blueprint was set by Kelsey Adams when she was playing with Faye Tunnicliffe. She didn't bother about anything other than running. Even her loss of wickets was her trying to get Faye Tunnicliffe back on strike when she got ran out. And you saw with Mignon du Preez a couple of overs ago, rejecting a single so she can start the next over. I think that's where you should understand as a batter that, okay, the powers are against me here. They are for my teammates. So teammates, you do the hitting of the ball. Come take the strike. And that's what Alyssa Exleben needs to do right here. It's a wide first ball. Pure mistake from Reyneke. But now she needs to look at where the spaces are and just give Mignon du Preez the strike. But she needs to survive these next two and leave Mignon with the next over.
Spot on. And that's what Kayla is doing. She's just not leaving that stump. She keeps on attacking those stumps. And that's where, as a batter, what do you do? Do you take those singles? Or do you keep on dotting those? Or do you take it on? Unfortunately, taking it on when you haven't settled is not an option, as we've seen with Tuto.
You can dot it up only to a certain point. Starting off her innings, she dots it up 3 times, Alyssa Exleben. It's the end of over number 28. Kayla Reyneke, another one in the bag. Hasn't she been brilliant? 3 for 24 in her 9 overs. She's going to bowl all of them on the trot, it seems. 97 for 5 for the Northwest Dragons.
It also comes down, as we've said over and over, to the experience. As Tuto plays more and more, she'll realize that she won't play that shot in a hurry. Give her a year or two from here on, she'll take her time. That's what the Western Province players did. They took their time.
Mia Leila not taking time for her to settle into her rhythm, but the clear lack of pace that she's lost now allows Faye Tunnicliffe to actually stand up to her. But this is also to stop the batters from standing outside of that crease. You root both du Preez and Exleben to the crease, and you allow Mia Leila to just do her operation and attack those stumps over and over again. Yeesh.
It's the repetition of bowling good, doing good work.
Oof. It's a good take from Tunnicliffe.
It just seems like those deliveries that she bowls short and wide, she just falls over. You'll notice it was the previous delivery as well, where Tuto put her way past the point as well. She just falls over for those. Most of the time, she holds her shape, and those good deliveries come in. that's more natural.
I guess also people undermine the core strength that's needed to be a fast bowler. In order to keep that whole body shape straight, you need to have a strong core that's going to allow you to bowl through your body, not make that body fall over. And that's the physicality that comes with age. And as you become stronger, that becomes much more natural to just hold your shape. And see more balls like that from Mia Leila.
And that's a good thing to see at her age and early on in her career. It's not that she's losing her shape or she's bowling those wayward balls. It's 3 deliveries in her 5th over. That's excellent. So any coach would take that.
And you are bowling them to one of the most experienced players in the country as well. Bowling it in foreign conditions. Western Province and Potchefstroom do play differently.
And we kept on saying that this is a good batting friendly pitch. So it's not that it's a bowling friendly pitch. So you have to consistently bowl those line and lengths, and that's what she's doing.
Pulled away. You see, that shows that in the right positions, you can hit through the ball, you can hit the ball hard, it will travel. It's just testament to how well Western Province have been doing. I think Western Province have been bowling out of the water. They have been so spectacular. But nonetheless, Northwest Dragons get to 100 runs. Oh, it's been a laborious 100 runs, a very tough one. But it's 100 for 5 with 21 overs left. Reyneka will bowl out her overs. It's only right that she does so. She has been the reason why, firstly, the run rate has been so low. She's going at just under 2.5 runs and over. Just can't seem to get her away for anything major. Good stop from Mia Leila, partnered by Kelsey Adams. Good job.
Well played by Munyon. Also a rare bad delivery by Kayla, and she plays it down to square leg boundary for a couple. Well fielded in the deep.
But also Dupree absorbing these deliveries. She just understands now it's about completing those 50 overs. It's no longer about winning this game. A good guide to see how far you are is that Duckworth Lewis Stern score. If it were to rain now, would you win the game? And right now, if it were to rain right now, the Duckworth Lewis score says 205. So they are 102 runs behind the DLS pass score. So that's how far behind they are in this game. So it's on Dupree to try and to just manage that equation up until over number 50.
And she's more than capable of doing that, as this ball is played down to square leg for a single, square leg boundary for a single. They need 204 of 122 deliveries. That is 20 overs after this over and 200 runs. 10 runs and over. In Dupree, do you have a batter who can chase that down? That seems like very unlikely, but given her experience and her hard-hitting capabilities, is she capable of taking them over the line with the help of others as well?
That's the latter point, with the help of others. It was easier for Faith Hanecliff to accumulate her runs because she trusted the partner that she was with, that they could bat together. You're not going to lose your wickets, and you're going to rotate the strikes, you're going to frustrate the bowlers. So she could trust Kelsey Adams and whomever else, because when Kelsey Adams was gone, she straight out took the lead and she just took the game on. So, right now, Mignon du Preez can anchor the innings. But then who is going to help her get that 10 runs to the over? I do not think that at this moment in time there is a player like that for the Northwest. Otherwise, they'd be out there still batting. So, she does have the ability to keep the innings going until over number 50. I think that's what the Dragons are looking for now, with 20 overs to go.
Yes, definitely. And the thing is, you got to accelerate. There is no in-between at this point in time. The in-between is only when you have accepted defeat and you just go through the motion of completing those 50 overs. I'm talking about, does she have the heart and the mind to say, I can achieve this 200 runs in those 120 deliveries? To me, she is more than capable doing that, but she needs help from the others.
I guess you do raise a good point, because it's that dogfight you also want, right? You can accept the defeats just looking at the mathematics and looking at the position of the game and say, geez, this is going to be difficult. But also that in another person could inspire them to say, let's take it on. You either die trying or you just let it go.
Wesley is back into attack. And this is where the problem has been for Northwest Dragons' entire innings, where Western Province bowlers has given very little away. They are not giving bad deliveries to put them away. Even those that are 50-50, you would say, du Preez, given her experience, she will put them away. You've seen her shuffling across her crease, coming out of the crease. But then again, the bowlers are just bowling and holding on to their line and length.
Just look at what Vezi is doing here. It's so uncomplicated. You might even say it's borderline, in exclamation, in quotation marks, a boring style of bowling. But that is how you contain that pressure, and that's how you contain the run scoring. And Vez is going at just over 4 runs to the over, but they need to score 10 to the over. So she's keeping them 6 runs under par.
She really is. And them giving away 2 runs, 3 runs and over, it's nothing. That's the situation they would love to be in, and that's what they are in at this point in time.
That's honestly the game plan they should have implemented Boma over 11-12 when after the power play it opens up a bit. But we did speak about the fact that they didn't open up after the power play. And that was simply because, well, they had no reason to, because they were not working them around. They were not manipulating the field. If anything, they were allowing the bowlers to bowl where they want to bowl, because the batters were hitting the ball where the bowlers want to be hit. So it's a tough situation here for the Northwest, but it's nothing short of clean, clinical cricket with the bat, with the ball, and with the field from Western Province.
The running between the wicket, the rotation of the strike, what we've spoken about over and over in this 31 overs, that hasn't happened with Northwest Dragons. And the coaches, April, and them would be hoping that changes the next game. Because if you take that amount of dot balls that has been in this innings, even if you add, say, 40 more runs in singles, that just use those deliveries instead of putting it back to the fielder, just in the gap and single, nothing fancy, just single. Then we would be looking at 150, 160 of 114 deliveries, and that is very much doable, and you don't feel like you're out of the game already.
They faced 32 overs. They still are 200 runs behind. And that just paints the tale. It just paints the tale of what this has been. Well, even though a crazy analogy about love and marriage, it's not called a wide. Guess the ball touched something on this way through. And she calls the wide. Ball didn't touch something. So umpire low calls the wide ball.
And that's Kesley Adams starting the over after great bowling by Kayla. Oh, that's nice and straight. That's definitely not a wide.
Kelsey Adam has big shoes to fill here. Starting well, because Kayla Reineke was absolutely fantastic, completing her spell of 10 overs with 2 wickets. She batted well, Kelsey Adams. She needs to bowl well.
And it seems like she's taken a page from Kayla's book, coming around the wicket, bowling those off spinners and not giving room to the batters. They're getting nothing away. Duprier is trying hard, but they're just not getting those bad balls to put away.
The lengths have been good. The lines have been good. Every single thing that has been hit, Chesupe, every single thing that's being hit finds a blue shirt. If this is not spectacular captaincy, great coaching, phenomenal execution, I don't know what is. This is close to a perfect bowling, fielding and batting display from Western Province, as you can see in the Hollywoodbets Pro50. It's gorgeous cricket. 110 for 5.
It really is. It really is. They're playing for each other. They're playing for the team, and they're doing it really well.
Fairzy, wicketless, but so much money in her pockets because she's stingy. She's giving no runs away. Going less than 4 runs to the over. She's just been so clean in her work.
There's something else that our viewers are unable to see. And that is those field changes, field placing, that every now and again when they feel that this player is not in the right spot, they would want someone with a bigger arm, with better catching abilities. They've rotated and they've played for each other. That's what we are talking about here.
It's such an underrated point you raise, actually, because an extra cover will always be an extra cover. But do we need an extra cover who has good hands to catch? Do we need an extra cover who has a laser arm that can hit, like a Sarah Barber, for instance? What does the team need in that instance? And if we are moving you from this position to that position, you mustn't feel bad that, no, we are moving you. It's just that at that moment, the team needs this person there and not you particular. We still need you where that person was, though. So it's all a team uniform, and I love that point. It's hardly spoken about, actually.
and the changing of field between players as well, batters as well. When you'll notice that for Dupriya, the players are wider. For Alyssa, they are bringing all of them in, giving her nothing away. That's what they've done from ball number 1.
And genuinely, this is the type of constraints that we didn't see Northwest implement in their captaincy and in their bowling. The constant four fielders out of the boundary, even when a new batter comes in. Not really much of that, hey, we are going to suffocate you. It's as if they just played through the motions of, if I bowl the ball here, I need to have a fielder here. Not really playing the batter that they are playing. If a new batter comes in, you put that pressure, you put them under the bus, and they just didn't do that. And even here, a well-set Dupriya still feels like she's under the bus because they never let her settle with the fields. They constantly move and change.
And they still are. And it's the captain leading from the front. You see Leah Jones going down to long on boundary on one side, and she's not stopping there. When it comes to the other end, she's still on the boundary as well. It also takes fitness, and in this heat as well.
Running diagonal by diagonal. Oh, did she make ground? Did she make ground? Because the ball deflected back onto the stumps. Is Alyssa home? Alyssa is not home. She is not home. Because that was the question. Did she make it home upon Kelsey Adams touching the ball to the stumps? She claims it's out. Sharp reactions, a dropped catch. Oh, she is gone for all money. She is absolutely left in the waters. Great decision from umpire Low. And that's 6 down. The end of Alyssa Exleben.
That was very unlucky as a batter. That's not dismissal you want to see, but you can do very little with that. Backing up to your batter, and it's hit hard, drops the catch, so your partner lives, but you need to give way for your partner. Unfortunate, but that's a form of dismissal. And Nelson strikes as Northwest Dragons are 111 for 6.
That is the most Nelson wicket I have ever seen. That is as Nelson can get. How does a dropped catch turn into a wicket in a blink of an eye? That's exactly what happened with Kelsey Adams. That is what we call a good dropped catch. 111 for 6. Alyssa Exleben is dismissed for 4. And it brings in batter number 8, Leslie de Villiers.
What do you think the conversation is between Dupriya and de Villiers there? We've said this over and over for the past 10 to 15 overs. What next from the Northwest Dragons ladies?
What can Dupriya say? Because she's tried so many different things. Look, she's on 32 from 59 deliveries. She's faced 10 overs all by herself. Given what the team needed, she should be on around 65, 67. That was the required run rate starting the game. So if she has faced 10 overs, you need to be at around 6 runs to the over. She's half of that. And it's not because she's not trying. She's pulled out every shot. She's tried everything, using her feet, slapping the ball through the covers, pulling it, sweeping it. Every time she plays the ball, it finds a fielder either in the inner ring or down at the boundary. It speaks of good bowling. It speaks of great field placing and captaincy. Because what can she? She has literally tried everything in her arsenal right now.
She really has. She really has. Even a player of her caliber, of her experience, the problem she has is she keeps on losing her partner. At the same time, the run rate keeps on climbing. So she can only tackle as a batter one problem at a time, where either you be the stable one and keep the wicket, or you try and score the runs. You cannot do both. And that's why we said early on, if there was any chance of them getting to that score, it would be her partner staying there and her going for those. Unfortunately, it does not happen.
And I guess this really, really illustrates the point of strike rotation. Because when you're not scoring, the bowlers get comfortable bowling where they are bowling. But the fielders get comfortable over the fact that they are going to stop everything that comes their way, and they have done so. And so if you are taking ones and working the fielders every single time, 4 balls and over, you are working the fielders. After 25 overs, 30 overs, they start feeling it. The bowlers hate conceding singles. No bowler wants to concede 4 singles. Hit me for 1-4 and give me 5 dots. Don't hit me for 4 ones. And you're going to get frustrated as a bowler if that happens to you 3 overs in a row and you're going to bowl boundary balls. And that's the importance of constantly rotating the strike. All of these fielders are fresh except for the bowlers. All of them are hungry. All of them are moving around. Every catch has been taken. Cause of that, you are not working the fielders.
That has been the flow in Northwest Dragons batting. They haven't rotated the strike enough from the word go. And that's why they find themselves in this mess at this point in time. That's what we said early on as well. That if they had pushed for just those easy singles earlier on, there would be at least 50 runs less needed at this point in time.
Maybe it is a thing that happens when the team is newly promoted and trying to find their feet. The game moves differently, it feels different, because it is different. It's just a level higher than where you come from. 34 overs gone, it's 115 for 6. I draw parallels back to the Pietermaritzburg Tuskers when they got promoted for the first time into Division 1 cricket. I remember vividly their 4-day campaign. I love first-class cricket. So their 4-day campaign saw them at an average of a run rate, 2.9. They would bat 100 overs and not get over 300. It's just them trying to survive. You cannot say that a team rotates strike if they are scoring at less than 3 and over for 100 overs. So maybe it is an adjustment problem that is with incumbent teams into a higher division, where you're trying to find a way to settle into your run scoring because the higher level have found different ways to score or to stop the ways you score those runs.
And the problem Northwest Dragons ladies face is this is a high scoring ground. This is a flat deck. So if you are going to not score on your own home pitch, that's a high scoring ground. Where exactly are you going to score then? So they will need to find that sooner rather than later to find those runs constantly.
Going down to play at Witsuren against the Garden Route Badgers, at Kingsmead versus the Dolphins, even recently Newlands versus the Western Province, this team in their return fixture. Those coastal grounds, infamous for their slowness and how they keep relatively low boundary counts low, so your single count needs to be exceedingly high. That is how you're going to score in those surfaces where 180 can win you a game, where 210 can win you a game. But you only get that when you rotate the strike, and so you have to learn that early on in the season. And it's a fantastic point. If you can't do it here, how are you going to do it in a really slow wicket where the ball genuinely doesn't come to you?
it will be difficult. As we said, they need to learn sooner rather than later, and they need to implement it. And whatever the management needs to do quickly.
Some of the footwork we saw from the Western Province was pretty sweet. They would turn offside deliveries onto the legs and just get ones in really smart and clever ways. This is a true test. This is where they should be trying to nip those singles. This is giving nothing away though.
Whereas you got to hand it to her, she's just giving nothing away, even to the experienced Dupriya as well, who's sitting at 35 of 62 runs, and De Villiers, who's come in, she's not managing to rotate the strike.
Talk about a bowler who understands her role really, really, really well. When a medium pacer comes in the men's game, you're not expecting them to take wickets. You are expecting them to go through the overs, but most importantly for them to go at threes, less than fours. Just make it a mess for the opposition to score, and then the wickets will flow on the other end. And that's what Vezi has done. No wickets. But she's only gone for 26 in her 8 overs. It doesn't get better than that in what she provides for the team.
She's done her job exceptionally well. And you spot on when you say because of her figures of those, the other side, Kayla Reneke managed to get wickets as well, you know. Take nothing away from Kayla.
Genuinely, Zubair, take nothing from everyone. None of them are giving anything. Kelsey Adams has just come in. She's only gone for 7 in her 2 overs. This is after a marathon innings. Literally a marathon innings. She ran 37 singles for 45. And now she's bowling well. You see...
That was the odd short pitch delivery, and De Villiers unable to do anything with that. That's where the problem is, that when you are given those bad deliveries, put them away. Never mind putting them away, they haven't managed to get double singles of those deliveries as well.
To be very honest also, with the way the situation is and a new batter in, I wouldn't mind Kelsey Adams coming over the wicket versus Leslie De Villiers and just bring the stumps much more in play. Can even throw in a slip fielder in there just to exacerbate that pressure. Against Mignon Dupriya, this is fine. Because you don't mind Dupriya getting ones. You actually want her to get the ones. But when it comes to De Villiers, I think you can be a bit more attacking. Come over the wicket and dart that ball into those stumps. Test the feet. Because you might get lucky.
Also, you bring in the LBW coming around the wicket. You are just taking that option away. Not entirely, but most of the time you're taking that option away coming around the wicket to the righty.
It's just easy runs also. I know that the game is far from reach. They need 13 runs to the over. That's pretty far. But you still want to have pride as a bowler saying my figures were good. In a pitch where we scored 300, I only went for 3 runs to the over. I mean, that's what you want to brag about. And so, just keeping it tighter here. Kelsey Adams goes for 4 runs, 121 for 6.
And when you look at her colleagues, you think she's been expensive? Conceding 11 of 3 overs where everyone else is going just, but she's bowled well. Now, the one thing that we haven't noticed is Olu Sia bowling. She can roll her arm. She's a decent bowler, good all-rounder, good bowler, but we haven't seen any of her even doing a warm-up, looking like she's going to bowl at any time soon.
It's well played from Leslie De Villiers. A good chase from Kelsey Adams. supported by Dalmarie Taka. They're going to come back for 2.
I wonder if it's got anything to do with Siok getting injury or shoulder problems or somewhat.
It actually reminds me of a post-match interview I had with Lions captain. I forgot which team they defeated. I think after they won against the Dolphins in the T20. I asked their captain, Raisiben Tozaka. She used the tactic where she bowled out all of her first opening bowlers right up at the top. She didn't mess around. I asked her, why did she do that? And she says that, look, if we have good bowlers and our good bowlers are doing well, and our good bowlers are giving us the upper hand, we will take that upper hand. It's a poor ball this time, that from Vezi. Great fielding in the deep. That is actually brilliant. Super tenacity. It's been stopped by Andy Somangele.
That was a bad ball, and it needed to be hit, but De Villiers did well. But what fielding. Again, they know they are winning this game, but they're giving nothing away.
But then...
So, coming back to your point, yes, and that's where the experience comes in. At times we have set standards in our Proteas and our provincial lineup, and it's quite frustrating to see that we are set in our ways, that we, it needs to happen just in a certain way, and we don't try and think differently. If that's the thinking behind the Lions bowling, that's good to see. You're thinking out of the box.
So here as well, with Leah Jones, she's used her set of 5 bowlers really well, and her bowlers have paid her back in kind. And so we know this. When every bowler is bowling well, they want to bowl over and over and over again. I will never forget when a bowler cried, "How did you bowl me 3 overs when we bowled 50? You under-bowled me." So when you have your team doing well, just let them carry on bowling. No need to destabilize the partnerships. They're doing fantastically well.
Yes, definitely. We go back to partnerships. It's all about partnerships.
And Kelsey Adams has been doing great here. She and Vezi, she and everyone else, just putting the chokehold. She appeals, very timid though.
I think she knew the answer to that appeal herself. As she walks back, she shows the hand that, okay, it's sliding down.
And, even though this game now just is out of reach for the Northwest Dragons, unless if someone gets really into the zone somehow. But we haven't seen an over going for 15 runs in this innings, and they need 15 runs for every of the 13 overs from now on in. Mignon Dupree, look, she's still trying, she's still working. So that's going to count really good for Northwest Dragons. Pulls it away for 4 runs down at the fine leg.
Yeah, she manages to put one away. The ball was there to be hit. She also went inside of the line of the ball to put it finer so the square leg boundary can't gather that delivery. Welcome boundary for the Dragons. And they would be hoping that they had many more of those to actually come close to that target.
And sometimes here's the frustrating part in just watching the statistics only and not watching them in context of the game. You need over 6 runs to the over, and you have your top run scorer scoring 42 from 67. It's below what you need. But then you ask yourself, if Mignon Dupree didn't play the innings that she had played, They hear a sound, probably the bat's hitting the ground. But when you look at this like this, her 59 balls is her 67 balls is her maybe 55 of them, her trying her best to hit the balls.
And that is the true observation, that she is tried. It's not for her lack of trying.
But even in addition to that, Zubair, imagine if she lost her wicket while she was in the 15th. I think the innings would be over by now. It would be well over. And so this is where you watch the statistics and you have to question, what was the match situation like? Seeing the wickets tumble on the other side whilst you on this side. What was the bowling and the fielding like that you even got to 42? It's a great innings from du Preez, but it's one that the team, like you have been saying, needs to contribute as a whole to make it work.
Yeah, as we pointed out earlier on, that she's been in this dilemma the entire innings. Does she push on when the wickets are tumbling? So if she goes out, the innings would have been done by now. Or does she try and still do something by being in there, nothing fancy, try something but not that would give her wicket away? She's went for that option, and that's why that 42 of 67 seems to look bad, but in the context of the game, yes, absolutely right.
Very nice. That's some of the best cricket we've seen in a while now from Northwest Dragons. Leslie de Villiers clinches onto one, which is overpitched from Vezi. Only her second mistake in 10 overs.
Spot on, it was there to be hit, and hit with sheer power. The middle fielder had no chance.
I really think that delivery just showcases how well Vezi has been bowling for the rest of her 9 overs. That was not a clean delivery, but it wasn't particularly terrible. It's just a slight adjustment of length that is good. Mangele, wonderful fielding. Second time now, Yandeswa. I guess that's why she's put there at the deep mid wickets. You don't need a square leg when she's there. Great fielding.
Well fielded again, as you said, second time in the second over, Mangele. Great chase. And she's at mid-wicket boundary, running all the way to square leg boundary. Cuts off that ball. Gives in the throw. She's saved 4 runs in the space of 2 overs already.
And she really doesn't have to. They are now currently 11 runs behind on the run rate. That means that currently they are scoring at 4. They need to score 11 more runs to the over, for every over until over number 50. Love this little metric. It really keeps in balance where the game is. And unfortunately, there isn't anyone who's going to destabilize that equation right now for the Northwest. If anything, they can dent it down to like a difference of 7. But it's still a difference too much.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to say that this game is anything but in a balance. It's just in favor of Western Province. They've played Northwest out of this game. Really bowled them out of this game. They batted brilliantly. They formed partnerships. They have bowled even better.
See, I love timed cricket, the first class games, because in this situation, as the Northwest, in order to win a first class game, you have to get your 20 wickets. Have to bowl them out. You either win the game by outscoring or you win the game by outbowling. Have to bowl them out. It's 50 runs. Huh?
Wesley's bowled her spell of 10 overs for 39 runs.
Sorry, got confused for a moment. She did bowl well.
Yeah,
I thought it
excellent,
was the
excellent.
50.
almost there. Mannion on 43 of 68. Oh, she goes for a swing, misses, but the ball is down the leg and it's running away towards the boundary. Wesley saves that ball. It's still a wide and 3 extra runs to the Northwest Dragons, who's on 144 of 6 of 39 overs. Yeah, Manion to Priya batting on 43 of 68.
The fielding, it's really, really good. Kayla Reiniger comes around. Leah Jones was backing up quickly. Now, this is proper cricket from Western Province. They should be proud of how they are working here. The only loss they've had is against the team that's at the top of the log. I guess there's something in the waters in the Wurtzeren. Well, there's something in the heat in Wurtzeren. Cause Borland are doing well as a no man. Southwestern District and Power.
Yeah, talking more George area, Southwestern Districts. They're doing really well. They're sitting top of the log. Early days, very early days, but they're playing good cricket.
Yeah.
And that also De Villiers unable to get anything away. This past 2 deliveries has been loose, has been a bit short. Again, they unable to put those away. And that's why there is such a contrast in score between the two teams. What you mentioned early on is what I heard from that's a boundary again. A welcome boundary for the Northwest Dragons as De Villiers puts that ball by Adams past the short fine leg for a 4. MS Dhoni, one of the most successful captains of modern era, he said in one of the interviews is, win or lose, you're going to win or lose. That is not the most important thing always. It is executing your plans and playing according to the plan. If it comes off and you win, it's good. Even if you lose, you have played on those plans. And that's what it is when you see the players backing each other while you are winning. It's not the winning that's important. It's executing those plans and it's doing those basics right. That is more important. And that will win you the games more often than not. As we speak of that, we see that Wezi has injured herself. She is running gingerly. Umpire and Faye had to come and ask her if she's okay. You can see she's not okay, but she will carry on because they already carrying 2 injuries. So they have no more players to come in and feel she has to carry on, unfortunately.
She bowled had quota of 10 overs. So she's feeling everything out there, Masipoveze. But she's still out there, still working hard. We enter the last 10 overs of the innings. 159 needed in those last 10, but rather it's just a defense now for the Northwest Dragons. Leah Jones will come back. She was brilliant at the start.
She really was. Again, it's not about that she didn't concede runs. Well, it is, right? Only 10 or 5 overs. But she kept on bowling those good areas. The plans, she executed them so well. Good length, gave nothing away. Line and length all the time.
She's going to bowl out of her 5 overs if it gets to that. she's really managed the bowling well. It's easier also to manage the bowlers if the bowlers execute the plans that you have set in place, which just collaborates to your point that sometimes the game feels you, sometimes the game doesn't feel you. And when the game doesn't feel you, can you rely on the process that you've put in place as a team to get you over that line? Can you? Ooh, they need to get there! They need to get there! She didn't get there. Neither did the ball to the stumps. A wayward throw from Leah Jones. And it's 150 runs up for the Northwest Dragons.
Those 150 years dragged. 40 overs, 150 runs. Not something you want to see when you are chasing over 300 runs. But that's where we are in the game.
They are 60 runs behind from the position. But also they are a Faye Tunnicliffe behind. Because you don't just pick those in trees. It's a really good innings from Tunnicliffe. And the fact that it comes at the back of another century in T20 cricket. That's as form as you'd want. Wonder what will happen tomorrow with her. Nasty bounce towards her, Tunnicliffe. It's going to be a bye.
It's not happening for Dupree. She's trying. She's really trying. But it's just not happening. Those shots are going to the fielder. And even the shuffling around the crease and moving out and coming back in. Not happening at this point in time.
She's on 45. Well, that 50 looks good. That's the next thing that they can just put their mindset to. Let's celebrate Mignon Dupree because she's tussled hard there for the team. She's the reason why they at least getting closer and closer and closer, even if they don't reach it.
She's the reason they're still out there and the game is still being played. You wonder if she had to lose her wicket 15 overs ago, this game would have been done by now. Most probably.
All the little gaps that you think are there, they seem like bait. Every single one of them. They're saying hit the ball here, but the fielder that's been put there is exactly the fielder needed to stop it. It's been really, really good to watch. After 42 overs, 153 after 41 rather, 153 for 6.
And that brings Tucker back into the attack.
Dalmarie Tucker, 22 runs in her 5 overs.
Well fielded off her own bowling. Again, 42nd over, but they keep on going. They're fielding. They're fielding for themselves, for the team, for each other.
Up into the air. Fine leg is too deep. But that is okay. Manage the game. Just keep it under the pocket. Make sure that you close it off. And for the Western Province, I'm sure they'd want to close it off before over number 50. Oi! It either sticks or it doesn't. This time it doesn't for Dalmarie Tucker. Mignon Dupree moves to 46.
It was hit hard, really hit hard. And although she gets her hand to it, as you say, it's either sticks or it doesn't. Unfortunately for her, it did not.
Fortunate for umpire Low that the hand got stuck out there. It was hit very hard from Mignon Dupree. Do umpires do reflex training?
You really need to have reflexes, good.
Hey, these balls are being blitzed these nowadays. All sides, all ages, all genders. Another one that's in the air. Vezi is not going to be able to make it. Going to keep it to 1 though. Nyonto Priya takes strike.
It's funny you say that because I myself am still recovering from wrist injury, standing at the bowler's end where the bowler put his hand to it and the ball deflected so fast. I blocked it, tried to block it with my hand, and it hit my wrist, and it's been now over a month and it hasn't healed. So yes, definitely that is we are within those shooting range and you don't want to be there. And the worst is the deflection. If it's coming straight, you can but once it comes off the batter's bat, your time's sort of very limited, and now angles play against you. So funny you say that. I myself am recovering from wrist injury.
Tough job. Yeah, they needed to make you guys professional, yeah.
At that point in time, as you say, that the ball feels hard. Like, okay, now this is a hard ball.
No, oh, that's a good stop eventually from Vezi, because the ball was dying on her. She tried to get the catch, but she never got into the correct position.
She really is feeling the pinch. Now that is Wezi, who's limping, who's really struggling with the leg. But well fielded by her.
Jeez. All of these good shots, all ending in the hands of the West Province fielders. It's so disheartening. I guess at some point in time you just accept it as the way it's going to be and just try maximize what you're going to get.
Yes, at this point in time, definitely they've given up and they're just trying to play out those 50 overs. Not something you want to see, but it's the reality of the game. Sometimes you are just played out of the game and you need to accept it and move on to the next one.
They've only scored 15 fours in their innings. 15. So that's 60 runs. And the rest of the 99 runs have been them just running.
To be honest, there hasn't been much of running as well. So that's where the problems has come from. Most of the problems has come from. And it's, if you look at it, we are in the 43rd over. Leah Jones is not giving an inch. She's still going at that same line and length that she started off with.
In their whole innings, Western Province faced 133 dot balls. In their entire innings. There's still 43 deliveries remaining in this one, and Northwest have conceded 154 dot balls. That is 4 more overs worth of dot balls that could have been runs. And the thing is, you don't just look at those runs in isolation, Zube. You don't just minus 24 from that 148. Because if those 24 singles were taken, it changes the mindsets of how the team feels and how the team bowls. And maybe it buys you more. And so that's just a glaring point. It's 4 over difference, and whatever dot ball they get now, it just accumulates that difference right up until the end of the over. And you have to minimize that dot ball percentage as much as possible.
You really do. So after 43 overs, Northwest Dragons are 160 for 6. And that is 50 for Mignon du Preez. Well deserved. She's played well. She needed to balance things out. When the wickets are tumbling, they also need the runs. So in the context of the game, this has been a good innings by her.
Trying her best. She's hustling. At least there's a bright spark. Not has been a very tough innings. Mignon du Preez contributing with a half century. A slide from Adams. Sees the ball pierce through. It's going to be stopped by Leah Jones. It's going to come back with a single.
This has been the first misfield we've seen after 44th over for the Western Province.
Down the track goes du Preez. The ball doesn't go far enough. It's going to be a single. Piece by piece now. Looking until the end of this innings, maybe Mignon du Preez is going to end in her 70s. Maybe in her 60s because the boundaries are so difficult to come. Finally, that's a good sounding hit from Leslie de Villiers. She's moved to 33. This partnership now up to 60 runs.
That was an excellent shot. It just sounded so good off the bat. Pierces the field between that square leg boundary and mid-wicket boundary for a 4.
Man, this is an innings that was needed at the top of the order alongside Sarah Barber for the Northwest Dragons. Geez, they needed Sarah Barber to stay out there for longer, didn't they? Now Leslie might not be there for any longer, but she's able to preserve her wicket.
Yeah. Good appeal. The umpire says not out. Umpire wasn't convinced.
It's a good knock from de Villiers. It's a very good knock from de Villiers. Excellent batting. Down on one knee. Smashes it in front of square leg. She moves to 37.
That was a good looking shot lofted over mid-wicket for yet another boundary in that over. Oh, it just looks so good. Down on one knee. Good boundary. And that ends the over. 171 for 6 after 44 overs. We do have another Hollywoodbets Pro50 game going on back in Oudtshoorn, where the Garden Route Badgers are taking on the Lions. The Lions managed to score 171 of their 46.5 overs, and Garden Route Badgers seem to be in trouble at this point in time. They are 59 for 6 after 15.4 overs.
Oh.
As we've mentioned, the Garden Route Badgers sit top of the log, but it is early days.
Yeah, they are facing one of the top favorite teams. The champions of the Pro50, really. The DP World Lions. Was never going to be an easy fixture against those. Sunit Viljoen Low coming in clutch. 74, the bottom of the order. She needed more partners. She would have gotten to a century. She fell short last season, getting to 95. It's the highest score for the Lions. Oh! That will be the end of Leslie de Villiers. Leah Jones, she strikes. Man, has she deserved a wicket. She's bowled tirelessly, the captain. That's wicket number 7 falling for the Dragons.
Again, the line and length. She's just not giving an inch away. The ball wasn't there to be cut. De Villiers deciding to cut and inside edges it onto the stump.
Oh, you're much better playing the shots that she's been playing, just hawking it through to the leg side, through mid-wicket, rather than trying what she did. A stock standard delivery from Leah Jones, really, but it does get the wicket. 172 for 7.
She really deserved that wicket. She's been brilliant, captain, leading from the front in terms of her bowling, in terms of her fielding as well, field placement.
Liz Rita Villiers, she did well. She really batted well. I thought that 50 was going to be around the corner, but all there was another wicket. Leah Jones getting her to chop it back into the stumps. Brings the captain of the Northwest, and she's here because the captain of the Western Province has delivered, and delivered well. So Ntabiseng Nene comes in at number 9, 172 for 7.
Pendulo, on another day, that inning we would be saying that's a good inning. Very undervalued for the situation. De Villiers played well. That was a good inning. Maybe, as you pointed out, needed it more earlier in the innings, and that would have put Northwest Dragons a bit more in a commanding position than they are in right now.
Leah Jones! She strikes again! What is this from the captain? She has had enough of being here in Potchefstroom this Saturday. She wants to go. She gets another one.
That's 2 in 2 for Leah Jones. Straight full onto the pads. And Nini couldn't get the bat to it. It comes off her pad onto the stumps. First ball duck for the Northwest captain.
Not her best ball, Leah Jones. But it doesn't need to be the best in order for it to be effective. It just needs to be effective. And it was. 2 wickets left.
And just like that, Leah Jones is on a hat trick. Having bowled 7.3 overs, conceding 17 runs and taking 2 wickets of these last 2 deliveries.
Two hat-trick balls. 2 hat-trick balls today. We're going to get one finally. Tuto Tiberi, she was the one last innings, close to a hat-trick. Now it's Leah Jones. She bowls to Janae Winster. It's a left-hand on strike. Leah Jones, is she good for a hat-trick? No, she's not. They're asking Mignon Dupree to take the catch for the hat-trick. Janae Winster survives.
There's a bit of chuckle, laughter between the players there on the field, between the opposition. Good to see it. We still have 2 more balls to go in this over.
Of course, there's going to be chatter and excitement if your team is performing. Good ball from Leah Jones. I feel like if she delivered that for her hat-trick ball, she would have won something.
Yeah, the hat-trick ball was just wide outside off stump and played easily by Winster.
I was commentating in the school's SA20. Got to watch a young Keegan Cockburn take 5 wickets in 5 balls. Ball after ball after ball was in the block hole. Bassers didn't know what to do. 5 in 5. It's the simple stuff that is normally hard to do. That's good from Leah Jones.
And Mignon Dupree, not the first time she says, let's hold off that single. She really wants to take that strike for the last 5 overs of the game.
It's been a long day, especially if you're a Dragons fan. Couple of people in the stands watching. Probably tomorrow will be a bit more in the T20 stuff. People love the explosion. But we live for this. The grittiness in the middle overs where the Western Province just dried everything up. Now they can reap reward. It's a long game, like we said at the beginning of the day. But you set up the last 10 overs. Have to build up to them. It's all of a sudden quiet, and then it becomes large. It's over the head of Mia Leila, though. Mignon to Priya, another one of her attempts, all in vain.
We've said over and over, Mignon has tried throughout her innings of this 83 deliveries over and over, and she's only managed to put few away. It just hasn't happened for her or Northwest Dragon. It's all about the lessons they're going to take forward with them. They don't have much time. Tomorrow is the T20, as you mentioned, and then moving forward.
They did redeem themselves in the T20, like you said. But maybe that's where their game is. However, you cherish the long games. That's where your skill is truly put to the test. Unfortunately, we don't play timed cricket for the women. It should be nice, even if it's a two-day game. But since we do not have that, this is as pinnacle as it comes in women's domestic cricket. And so you want to showcase your skill here. I think it's the type of game that truly tests the processes of a player and how they go about through their innings, both with bat and ball. And it goes back to your point. It's the processes that speak mostly and not the results. The results are a consequence of the process.
The test cricket, that first class cricket, is so much needed to gain experience, to understand the game, the real test of your mind and that as well. But if you look at the women's cricket from international level, there isn't much test being played. It is something maybe they need to look at, the ICC need to look at and give,
That's up into the air. Kayla Reyneke is under it. She makes it a little bit more complicated than what it actually was. But it doesn't change the fact. Kayla Reyneke makes another contribution in the game. This time, takes the catch of Janae Winster. Delmarie Tucker strikes, and they need one more wicket.
I think that catch and a bit of theatrics to the catch was due to the sun being in the eye, because she is facing the sun, and hence she wasn't 100% in control there, looking into the sun. But well taken in the end, good judged catch.
Speaking of the sun, it's starting to burn us here. It's starting to seep through our little coverage here in JB Marks Oval. We have to shuffle and shuffle, just like the batters have had to shuffle their way in and out, because Western Province have been so beautiful in the way that they've constructed this cricket match. The most important thing is they're doing it away from home too.
It's been a beautiful day, the entire day. The sun has been out. It's just a perfect view here at JB Marks Oval. The sun has been shining. The pitch looks good from up here after the 96th over as well. And the outfield has been lightening. A bit of breeze now and again. It's just been beautiful. As a cricket fanatic, this is perfect. This is what you want to play cricket in.
Would be a wonderful 3-day surface, this. It's held up so well throughout the course of the day. It really has given no signs of breakage, no signs of slowing down. Everything is still pure. And so it's a fair contest that has been provided by the groundsman. And it's a fair contest that Western Province have seemingly turned unfair. Leah Jones, she comes in for her 9th over. just need one more wicket to get maximum joy of their work here, Western Province.
They really have bowled really well. They've played the entire game so well. They've outplayed Northwest Dragons in all three of the departments. Oh, that's a loose full toss, a rare full toss. Oh, they're taking a second and it's run out. Dupree going for the second, wanting the strike, but unable to make it, and that brings curtain to the Northwest Dragons innings for 175 runs.
A win that was written in the script for the Western Province. The way that they batted, the way that they bowled, and now look at the way that they fielded. Yandiswa Mangele has been nothing short of fantastic in the deep. So many stoppages, and now she contributes to a run out. Faye Tunnicliffe behind the stumps, standing in for Jay Lee Philander, and she did a fantastic job. But it's not the job that she did behind the stumps, Zube. It's the job that she did with the bat.
It really is. Her innings of 138 really is a massive difference between the two teams' scores. If you look at it, that's the sort of innings that Northwest Dragons needed. But Faye Tunnicliffe really played Northwest Dragons out of this game. She was lucky to be dropped on 98. That should have been taken, but take nothing away from her innings. It was really well constructed innings as well, from the moment she came in till she ended. And we keep on speaking about the partnerships, how well Western Province kept on going on about their partnerships, and that's something that Northwest Dragons did not manage to do.
And so it comes to a close here at JB Marks Oval. The Western Province, they temporarily go to the top of the log as we await the results down in Witzeron as the Garden Route Badgers are playing the DP World Lions. So now they stand on top. The Northwest suffering their second defeat in 50 over cricket, but it's their first time up in Division 1, and as time goes, we hope they are going to loosen up and get those victories coming in. But it does come to a close here.
And yes, today the game has ended, but we do have Hollywoodbets Pro50 starting tomorrow between the same teams. And Northwest Dragons would be hoping that they could put on a better performance than they have today in all three of the departments. And the winning team, Western Province, would be hoping that they can continue doing what they have done today.
So you've heard it here. Western Province win by 131 runs. A mighty victory for the visitors. But it's only the first half of two matches that we have in the Hollywoodbets Pro Series. Today was the Pro50, tomorrow will be the Pro20, and you will catch every single ball, every single highlight, every single replay here on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel alongside Pitch Vision. So join us again tomorrow. It's been myself, Pendulo Makubane, Zubair Saleh, bringing you this commentary, the awesome production team here in Potchefstroom, and we shall see you again tomorrow for the Pro 20 fixture.